for our members on demand. And we also published a new publication also that is called Coup d'œil parlementaire. This is produced by our research department at the library, and this is a briefing of everything that has happened in terms of parliamentary business during the last session. So if you're a new member of political staff or a new member of parliament, this is great because it gives you an overview of everything that has been done before your arrival, and so you're up to date when you get to the parliament. We also started doing social media monitoring using the platform Digimine, and we also created an AI working group at the library to test actually some AI applications, mostly ChatGPT, last year. So our goal was to see if ChatGPT could work at the library, and we basically tested a couple of tasks that we do in our daily work and to see how we could, if it was possible to do these with ChatGPT. In terms of deepening institutional integration, the library also integrated itself in the National Assembly's mandates by participating to projects related to the renovation of the Salle de l'Assemblée Nationale, which is the room where the debates are happening. So this room is currently under renovation, and our archives department at the library worked a lot with the architects and the contractors to make sure that the historical aspect of the room was respected. They also did an amazing job in digitizing some maps of the Parliament to increase our knowledge of the history of Parliament. So they were directly involved in the process of the renovation of the building. We also created, in terms of deepening our institutional integration, we also developed collection development with in conjunction with a library that is specialized in indigenous resources, because the National Assembly has been trying to deepen its action towards indigenous communities, and we wanted to have a better collection that would be aligned with these institutional needs. So we curated a collection of indigenous works, and we also promoted resources on mental health, which was a desire from the institution also. In terms of fostering internal collaboration, our institution enhanced its operation by strengthening links between the different departments of the library. So the library is a total of around 70 people divided in 4 departments: information and reference services, the research department, document processing and cataloging, and the archives and records management department. So traditionally, a lot of these departments were working mostly in silos, and in the last years, we've been trying to work more together to speak to each other. So we deepen our relationship between the information and reference services and the research department. We also had some extra help from our cataloging peers regarding monitoring requests. So we've been trying to deepen our links and work more together, more closely together. We also created or promoted a one-stop email address. So before, every department had its own email address, and it got a bit confusing for our clients to know, well, should I write to the research service? Should I write to the information and reference services if I need this? And it's not the job of our users to know how we divide the work in our institutions. So we decided, well, there's one email address, there's one phone number, and then we will distribute the request to where it's supposed to be. So that was also very helpful. And these efforts, they have yielded significant results, because we started sending out a satisfaction survey in 2023 to the political sector, to everyone who has used our services. And we have been getting great results on the quality of work that was done, on the usefulness of results provided. Very positive comments. So these are the results for 2023, but we had similar results for 2024. And we noticed also an augmentation of the volume of requests requests made to the information service. So about 75% during the first month of the legislature in 2022 versus 2018, which was the past legislature, and about 111% of augmentation during the second month. And I want to finish with this quote from the whip of the official opposition, which was made in April 2024 during the budgetary estimates exercise that happens every year. And basically what she said is that, I'll do the translation version, says, Mr. the Clerk referred to the library as a service that we have and that is little known. So I'd like to tell you that more and more I'm calling on the library's resources, and I'm always impressed by the quality of the work we receive, the analysis that's done. I'll tell you that in my office we're using it more and more, something that, I'll be very honest with you, I wasn't doing a few years ago. So Mr. the Clerk, keep up the good work. And that for me is extremely, extremely positive, and it means that we are going in the right direction and that what we're doing is working. So we'll keep up the good work, as Mrs. Roti said, and we'll keep improving our promotion to keep our services appealing. We'll stay alert on what our user needs, reinforce our strategic place within the Assemblée Nationale, and deepen our collaboration between departments of the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quite impressive. I want to ask you some questions after. We continue with North American, and we are very happy to receive Ms. Julia Taylor and Ms. Jennifer Manning from the Library of Congress. They will talk to us about innovative approaches to supporting constituent services.
Okay. Good morning. Are the slides okay? Sorry. Okay. Here's our initial slide. Good morning, everyone. Jennifer and I are here to talk about some initiatives that we've done in the past few years related to our constituent services. So we thought we would start with an introduction. I'm Julia Taylor. I'm the Assistant Director for CRS for the Knowledge Services Group. I've been with CRS for 15 years. I'm also currently on the IFLA Parle Standing Committee. And I'll let Jennifer introduce herself.
And I'm Jennifer Manning. I'm a senior research librarian in our Government and Finance Division. I'm an embedded librarian in one of our research divisions. I'm also our correspondent to the ECPRD, and I have been at the Congressional Research Service for an astonishingly long time, so 33 years. I went there right after graduate school. So we want to give you a little bit of background. We want to talk a little bit about some innovations that we're doing with our written products, some innovations we're doing with our programs for congressional staff. We want to talk about a new initiative we have called the Agency Connection Center. We want to talk a little bit of our website, and then at the very end of the panel, we'll take questions. So, again, we are the Congressional Research Service, or CRS. We're the parliamentary research service for the Congress and the Vice President, because the Vice President is the President of the Senate. And we've been doing this since 1914. We are part of the Library of Congress, which is our national library, but CRS does not have an explicit public support mission, so we're only working for Congress. However, service to constituents is a really important part of the role of the member of Congress. The United States doesn't have much of a tradition of ombuds to assist public who have problems with the federal government. So instead, citizens often ask for assistance from their representatives in Congress. This is often called congressional casework. So congressional offices will actually serve as liaisons between their constituents and a federal government office to resolve a problem. And citizens also ask for assistance in identifying sources of government or private foundation money for their needs or their business or their nonprofit. And recent years, for a variety of reasons, Congress has seen a really large increase in inquiries from constituents for this kind of assistance. So each member of Congress, and we have 541 of them, including our delegates, each member of Congress receives hundreds of requests each year from citizens. And so congressional offices, in turn, are asking CRS for more assistance in this area. And we've also received formal direction from our oversight committees in the House to expand our support of constituent services work. So, looking at our written products for members and staff. Traditionally, our published products have been mostly analytical, mostly policy-focused and static, all about the PDF. In recent years, we have started producing more how-to reports for congressional staff that are working with constituents. So you see an example here for staff working with constituents who are looking for money for their local community for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure products. So we have how-to products for helping constituents who have healthcare issues or are looking for money for the arts, things like that. We're also creating more internal templates and standard language to help us answer these requests because we have such a high volume of these requests. We are also currently working on a system to tag certain written reports that are focused on constituent service, to tag them with more metadata, showing that they are good for helping constituents, so congressional staff can more quickly find those reports among all of our other reports that are more policy focused. Now we also have the capacity to create interactive graphics, and we also have a GIS office that can produce custom maps of and data about member districts. So our second example, that is actually a map of Northern California showing tribal lands. And so we can produce custom maps for a member of Congress showing different aspects of their district. We are also starting to produce what we're calling data workbooks on our website, giving congressional staff the ability to manipulate and customize data themselves to suit their own needs. So one of our first one is a data workbook with district census information that can be customized for each of our 435 House members. So we're actually giving them an Excel spreadsheet that they can then use to do their own data manipulation. And giving them data tools is a new thing for us. And in terms of our programs, our classes for staff, for many years we've offered a training program for congressional staff that are stationed out in the district and state offices. These are the staff that are doing most of the constituent service work. Almost a third of congressional staff in the United States are actually based out in the states in small offices rather than based in Washington, D.C. So before COVID, they had to travel to Washington for most of their training, but now we're offering more of these sessions virtually so more staff can attend. And we're also creating more training products designed to help congressional staff help constituents, more targeted training. So this example here is a video for staff that help constituents who have problems with the military or with military veterans having issues with agencies. Several of our librarians recently offered a class for congressional staff on how to research specific federal government statistics for their congressional district, and we had more staff register than we actually had space. And yesterday, the librarian who created this interactive data workbook that I just mentioned, this Congressional District Geography Workbook, taught a webinar on how to use it. I haven't heard how it went, but I'm sure it was great.
Okay, So next, I'm going to talk about two projects that I worked on in the past year. The first being the Agency Connection Center, which was actually an initiative from the House of Representatives Committee on House Administration, where they were making some changes to the physical space in the Longworth House office building. As part of this initiative, they co-located agencies that do a lot of constituent work into a space in the basement level, and CRS was invited to participate in that initiative. So it's, again, agencies that are aimed at helping members of the public. So you can see on the slide we have a list there of some of the agencies. So for example, the Social Security Administration would be able to help constituents who may have questions about their retirement benefits. And pictured there is the grand opening of the space. So we began staffing the space in February, but then the grand opening was in March. It's staffed from 10 to 4 by librarians and programs office staff, as well as our congressional inquiry unit that takes in our requests from our clients. In addition to the office, there's also a conference room space so that our analysts and attorneys can give briefings to congressional staff in the House office building where their offices are. So we're bringing our services to them by participating in this space. The other initiative that I wanted to talk about is our CRS.gov website. So this would be the website that our congressional clients see. We are in the midst of redesigning that website, and we're following a user-centered design, which means we're really trying to focus on the feedback that we're getting from our congressional clients about what they want to see on our website. And one piece of that feedback was that it was really difficult to find information on our constituent services. So on our current site, you can see, might be a little small, the font, but we have a section called Resources, which our clients told us really didn't tell them what you would expect to find on a page called Resources. So as part of that redesign, we're making it very clear by using the term constituent services and casework so clients know what they can find. And then, as we said, we'll answer questions at the end, but that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and right on time. Now we will hear from Mr. Dajama Kofi Sanguya and Ms. Sohani Animaye Biyante Afeto. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right. From the National Assembly of Tongo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We come from the National Assembly of Togo. My name is Sangia Dajama Kofi. I am the head of the research section. This is my colleague, Madame Biyante Afeto. She is the head of the archive section. Before beginning my presentation, our presentation, I want to thank the Spain Senate, particularly the documentation, library and archival direction for the hospitality and the best organization of this annual conference. So, our presentation is focused on the content management system, data, and documents of the Parliamentary Research Documentation Service of the National Assembly. Introduction. In view of the dematerialization and digitalization of the activities of the Togolese National Assembly in general and the Parliamentary Documentation and Research Department, a computer solution has been implemented. The objective of this presentation is to present the technical and functional characteristics of this platform. It is a platform capable of managing electronically not only all administrative, legal, and legislative documents by promoting collaborative work, but also by integrating communication, reception, both internally and externally, the production of the Parliamentary Research Documentation Service. Our presentation will structure around 3 points. The first point will be on how to access the platform. Second, we will present the process of integrating and disseminating data on the platform. Finally, the third point will focus on data archiving and retention that my colleague will present. This is the main page of the platform. I want to present the technical and access characteristic. Access to the general interface. The platform interface is a full web interface, so it is accessible to all users regardless of their rights via an internet browser. You can use Mozilla, Firefox, Microsoft, and so on. The platform is responsive or adapted to smartphone and tablets. Management of access rights. Access rights are differentiated for each user. Generally, to access the platform, you need a username and a password. We have 4 profiles, but here I list 3. You have the administrator, the space manager, and the reader. The second point is the process of integrating and disseminating data on the platform. The platform provides us with several functionalities in the exercise of our activity. You have 10, but here I will present 2, namely 2. 1, the activity and document creation feature and the search feature. Activity and document creation functionality. This is the main feature because it allows to create and integrate legislative production and research production. When creating a document, the user must select project document based in which to create documents. You must select the thematic folder in which to create also the documents. You must select the type of document to create and the type of document that condition the input form. The system allows to move a document, to copy a document into another folder anywhere in the portal tray. It allows us to automatically block the consultation of a document, of any document by other users when the document is not validated and when the document is being modified. The system allows to attach multiple files to a single document and store large file, minimum 1 gigabit. The accept field format are, you have the classic doc and also any multimedia JPEG, web, HTML, and so on. The particularity is that a field can be converted to PDF after the document is validated. You have another option is an anonymous download. With this option, you can create your own specific sending directories so that other people can send out field without having to log into the system and without being a user of the application. Okay. The point 2, the search function. The document search feature is available on the all page of the platform. It allows to simple or advanced search. The system generates advanced search form that can be configured by the administrator or manager according to the type of the document being searched. The field suggests as search criteria vary depending on the type of document selected. The search can be made on all fields, enter, and the full text of the portal on the full text and metadata of attached files. Two types of search are possible for all users: simple and multi-criteria. Two document viewing formats for all users are available: display of search results, the complete record of the document. The system sorts search results according to different criteria. Example: date, relevance, author, workplace. Another functionality, this allows for evaluation to be made on the following points: the number of references of the document, the most frequently consulted type of document, the way in which research is formulated, the criteria most often used, the most frequently used keyword, and so on. I will give the flag to my colleague to finalize, to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dajama. I will talk about archiving and retention. Data archiving and retention An automatic archiving system is integrated into the platform. These features allow you to manage the version and revision of the file associated with a document by keeping a complete history of all file versions from creation to destruction of the document, automatic archive or earlier version of the file. The file version value is available in 2 levels, version and revision. The user is left to choose whether to increment the version or revision number of the document. The system displays a history of new items and updates regarding documents, space, and the seats. For example, the last created of modified validated documents, document log for modification, username and modification dates. New feeders available. The tool's configuration is saved automatically. The system is based on internal and external servers. Conclusion. These are the technical characteristics and functionalities of the data management platform of the National Assembly Party Research and Documentation Service. It's very important tools that facilitate the reception, possession, communication, management, storage, and preservation of data or production of research service and documentation, the National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you have done a very big work there. I've seen the site. It's very good.
Thank you.
You will give us just 2 minutes to change on the backstage. And now I will call Mr. Mario Pihl from the German Bundestag and Mr. Don Young Lee from NARS in the Republic of Korea, and Naritara Phetpanaporn from the National Assembly of Thailand to take the floor.
Okay, ready everyone? Good morning everyone. I'm Mario Pihl. I work for the Library of the German Bundestag, and I'm the head of the Request and Research Service Division. And to who knows Holger, he is on vacation, so it's up to me to speak here. The subject of my lecture today is the Bundestag Library User Survey, which we conducted in April this year. We used this survey to evaluate satisfaction with our services. The library last carried out a similar survey in 2011, a long time ago, I think, which was very successful. Based on its results, we were able to introduce some new services and improve existing ones. So I have some technical difficulties, I think. Okay. No. This. Okay. Why did we choose to conduct a survey now? Even 3 years after the end of the pandemic, we have seen a continued decline in library use and a change in user behavior, as you know. The move towards electronic information and new forms of communication while moving away from traditional library use is certainly part of the digital change. However, this trend was strongly accelerated by the closure of reading rooms in 2020 and 2021. The shift in services from the library's physical premises to the virtual sphere, the progressive digitalization of work process, and the move to working from home across the board from 2020. As a result of this, we not only ask questions about user satisfaction with the library's existing services, but also specific questions about the digital use of information. The library hoped so that the responses would offer suggestions for a further improvement in its range of services and indicate any current weaknesses, so it could usefully introduce new digital resources and services. How did we manage? Just a minute. Okay. The survey was conducted online with the main user groups. We are not open for the public, so we only asked the members of the parliament and their staff, the staff of the Bundestag administration, and the staff of the parliamentary groups being contacted by email, and asked for the opinion of the library services. In technical terms, the library used the survey software Lime Survey. So how we create the questions. We grouped the survey questions into 5 categories. First of all, questions about the individual. Who uses our services and how often do users work from home? Followed by use of the library. For what purposes are our online service used? We ask about catalog researches, ordering items, electronic resources, and information about the library. We also ask about our media resources. Which subject areas do people want? And especially, do people prefer to access information in analog or digital form? We ask about our OPAC. What view do people take of the functions and features of the library's electronic catalogs? And about our services. How satisfied our users with the request and research service and the information provided by the library? How satisfied are users with the tours we offer? Our library offers a range of events to inform people about how to use the library and about the services we offer on site and online. Are people aware of this? The respondents could choose from a range of answers for each category, but after every section, there was also an opportunity for respondents to respond freely to the individual questions and to set out their suggestions and wishes regarding the library services. So, as our results, the respondents rate and the results of the survey were very encouraging. We received 582 responses, including 11 from members of parliament. The great majority of the responses came from the Bundestag administration and the members' Berlin-based staff. So, the most important results are that the satisfaction rate is very high and that there is a clear desire for a further expansion in electronic resources. However, we also found that users are unaware of many of our services. In almost every area we inquired, about 75 to 87% of respondents were very satisfied with the library's work. But as expected, the progressive digitalization of work process and the shift to electronic resources is indeed visible in how the library is being used. Users also expressed satisfaction with the library media resources, but they did often say that they would like an even wider range of items to be available in digital forms. While the users of the Bundestag library still prefer to read books and longer publications in print, there is a clear trend towards accessing digital versions of essays from journals or collections. The dissatisfaction rate for all responses was below 14%. The lowest rating was given to the library catalogs navigation. We were very surprised to find out that many people are unaware of our services. 60 to 75% of the library users stated that they did not know about the training we offer, such as our guided tours on Wednesday or the digital induction session we hold via WebEx. Especially constituency staff who cannot work on site are not aware of our digital services. While there was a high satisfaction rate for our request and research service at more than 70%, 23% of respondents stated that they were not aware of this service. The free text responses are worthwhile for us. There were many good suggestions about how our services could be improved. For example, the process of requesting a library card was seen as being too complicated, and people said that they would like a book scanner for the reading room. What added value does a user survey offers for libraries? Personally, I think feedback from our users is very important when it comes to developing our range of services further. Many of the answers and wishes were things that we had suspected or even considered, but we had never been able to verify it. So how did we react of the results? Soon after the survey ended and the results had been analyzed, we sent out a Bundestag-wide notice thanking everyone for their participation. In some cases, we were able to take action quickly. We immediately changed the process for requesting a library card. Especially users had pointed out that there was no option for members of parliament to sign the authorization form digitally. A digital signature is now possible, and the request can be submitted by email. Regarding the book scanner, we were able to tell users that the Bundestag already has one, and it will soon be set up by the relevant IT division. As far as expanding the range of digital media is concerned, we informed our users that the library is constantly working on this, but that in this area, as in others, we have to ensure cost effectiveness and financial feasibility. In view of the dissatisfaction expressed about the library catalog, we have raised these issues with the relevant software company, and we are pressing for solutions. But what is the crucial benefit of a user survey? In my view, and this is the final point I would like to make, a parliamentary library has a duty to ensure that our services also reach modern library users. By conducting the survey and publishing the results, we were able to raise awareness among a broad group of respondents about apparently less well-known services such as training and tours. A majority of parliamentarians and an even larger proportion of their staff belong to the generation of digital natives who primarily seek information on the internet. We need to ensure our range of services reach these people. There is still more to be done to archive this, and we will be taking some unconventional steps to promote our services. We have already started to draft promotional texts from the library in modern language, and we are advertising our services on monitors set up in all of the Bundestag's buildings. And we will soon have brightly colored, snappily written leaflets at advertising in the canteens. Targeted advertising to a younger generation is the best way to convince them of the value of library in their search of information. So in conclusion, our problem is not the satisfaction of our users who know us already. Problem is the unawareness of our services, as Caroline said a few minutes ago. We have an info table, we have newsletters, we have an AI group, we have guided tours, and we have reference services. We have a bulletin of new arrivals in the library. But how to reach and how to catch our users, it's a problem. So if you have any ideas, they are very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario, very much. It's a good thing to have a survey from now and then because we're in the inside and we don't actually realize very much. Now we will hear from Mr. Dong-Young Lee from NARS, the Republic of Korea, Assistant Service for Legislative Impact Analysis of the NARS in Korea. Go ahead. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Dong-Young Lee. I work at the National Assembly Research Service of the Republic of Korea. It's an honor to have the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to present an overview of the Assistant Service for Legislative Impact Analysis that our organization is currently implementing. The order of the presentations will be as follows. First, I will introduce the National Assembly and National Assembly Research Service. Next, I will explain the background and process of introducing legislative impact analysis in Korea, along with our organization's effort to implement it. Finally, I will discuss our organization's new objective, scientification of legislation. The legislative body of the Republic of Korea is the National Assembly, known as 국회 in Korean. It was established on May 31st, 1948, with a 4-year term, and the 22nd National Assembly is currently in session. The National Assembly is unicameral and follows a multi-party system consisting of 300 members. It's responsible for enacting laws, approving the national budget, and auditing government activities. The National Assembly Research Service, the NARS, is the only research agency within the National Assembly and serves as a think tank comprised of experts covering all legislative and policy issues. The NARS was established on March 25th, 2007, and recently celebrated its 17th anniversary. It's located on the fourth floor of the National Assembly Library building, as shown in this picture. The NARS consists of 3 research offices and 12 teams with a total of 126 staff members. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea has a total of 17 standing committees, and the NARS is responsible for supporting all of them. The core task of the NARS is to provide research and analysis reports, and we have recently recorded 90,000 cases. This is a sample of the research paper. These papers are provided exclusively to the member of the National Assembly who requested the research and are not disclosed to the public or other members of the National Assembly who didn't request them. Our additional responsibilities include disseminating various reports, providing consultations, holding expert meetings, and supporting seminars for members of the National Assembly. In the Republic of Korea, both members of the National Assembly and the government can draft and submit bills to the National Assembly. However, as there is no legislative impact analysis system in the legislature, sufficient and careful review of proposed bill is not being conducted. Particularly while the number of bills proposed by members of the National Assembly is increasing rapidly, the passage rate is significantly lower than that of government bills. In some cases, certain laws are poorly drafted, overlapping, or may cause conflict. This can be attributed to the lack of a system for analyzing the impact of bills proposed by members of the National Assembly. Such hasty legislation can lead to social confusion, conflicts, and additional societal costs. To provide an example, in 2020, a law known as the Tada Ban Act was passed by the National Assembly, which banned new transportation platform businesses. Since this law reflected only the interests of the taxi industry, the other industries, citizens, and the government opposed the bill even before its implementation, but it was passed. Subsequently, it caused severe social division and controversy. Eventually, the Supreme Court ruled that the platform businesses was not guilty, which led to a consensus within the legislature regarding the need for impact analysis of proposed bills. Legislative impact analysis is essential for creating good laws. Good laws should be clearly understood by citizens, lawyers, and judges, along with the Constitution, prepare to everyone effectively achieve the legislative purpose and efficiently address social issues. Additionally, they must not conflict with the existing legal framework. Since legislative impact analysis leads to the creation of good laws, it can serve society and enhance societal benefits. The NARS has been working to introduce the legislative impact analysis system in the National Assembly. Since 2010, we have been conducting pilot projects to analyze the impact of existing laws. We have published more than 80 reports to date. This is a sample report. This report includes the legislative impact of the Chemical Substance Control Act of the Republic of Korea. The analysis showed that while this law has achieved success in the production of chemical substance information, it has not met its legislative goals regarding the utilization of that information. All reports published by the NARS are available on the NARS webpage. So if you are interested, please feel free to check them out. As part of an effort to introduce a legislative impact analysis system, the NARS launched a pilot project in 2023 to analyze the impact of proposed bills. A task force was established, research and seminars were held, a new system was built, and 13 ex-ante legislative impact analysis reports were completed. Recently, we also published a manual for writing legislative impact analysis reports. Additionally, since 2023, we have supported the proposal of an amendment to the National Assembly Act to institutionalize legislative impact analysis within the National Assembly. We have working to educate and persuade lawmakers while also raising awareness among the media and civil society through seminars. In 2024, we are collaborating with the UNDP to share our legislative impact analysis pilot project with the international community. In this context, the NARS has adopted a new goal or slogan, scientification of legislation. It refers to strengthening and supporting policy analysis, research, reporting, and legislative impact analysis through objective data and scientific methodologies. This is another pillar of our efforts to institutionalize legislative impact analysis, as explained earlier. To support the scientification of legislation, the NARS launched the Assistance Center for Scientific Legislation Analysis this past August. This temporary organization based on regulations consists of 15 experts selected from the office staff who excel in analytical techniques and scientific statistical analysis capacity. Its purpose is to assist and provide data to staff in conducting quantitative analytical research, preparing statistical reports, and performing scientific legislative impact analysis. Since its launch last August, the center has worked on identifying and visualizing the data needed by the research office, providing statistical data for analysis, offering consultation on analysis design and methodology requested by the research office, educating and training on methodologies, and studying overseas case examples. Moving forward, we plan to hold seminars on legislative impact analysis methodologies and develop a Korean-style legislative impact analysis framework. The NARS will spare no effort in supporting the successful establishment of a legislative impact analysis system in the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. the scientification of legislation. I like it very much. It's very good. And now we will hear from Ms. Naritjarafet Panapon from the National Assembly of Thailand, Hacking to the Intent of Constitution 2017.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello everyone. My name is Nalisala Petpanaporn. I am a librarian from National Assembly Library of Thailand. Today, I present on behalf of Ms. Nitcha Sondi. She is the initiative of this project. First of all, I would like to thank you, IFLA team, for giving me this opportunity to share our work. In the beginning, I would like to give you a brief background of Thailand. The official name of Thailand is the Kingdom of Thailand. We are located in the mainland Southeast Asia with the population almost 72 million. In 1932, Thailand's system of administration was changed from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy. Nowadays, under Constitution 2017, the House of Representatives comprises 500 members and the Senate comprises 200 members. This is the library, National Assembly Library of Thailand. We have a short name like NALT. NALT holds hard copies of all legislative documents from 1932. All of them were digitized, cataloged, stored, and carried in the repository in order to serve people accessible searches of the documents anytime, anywhere, on any device. Anyway, there is something we overlook. To be honest, last year, library users addressed the obstacles in accessing the minutes of meeting of the Constitutional Drafting Commission 2013, which was only in one set of bound documents in the library, which not digitized yet. So we decided to start the digitization project with apply with the hackathon concept. The main idea of hackathon is to make a complicated work with large amounts of data and bring group of people who interested in IT, bring them work together to find a solution in a short time. So this project was combined the creative ideas from the stakeholders, including members of House of Representatives, parliamentary officials, and the public sector. So there are three main steps of the development process in this project. We began to convert the minutes of digital format and integrated them into the design system. But because of the structure of Thai language is quite complex due to the characters and tones. Furthermore, there are no space between words, so it's challenging to tell where the one word ends and the another one begins. And then we verify the accuracy of data to match the original one. We do the triple check. And the last step, the significant step, was to create a search system to visualize the drafting process of each article, allowing comparison of changes at each stage. And, finally, we got the prototype. The website enables users to search, to read, and study the drafting process of each article, and it's already published on the library's website. This is an embarkation of open data that encourage transparency, participation, accountability throughout the legislative process. Yes, in March this year, we launched the website and celebrate our team's effort. The operation period is only 173 days, from September last year to March this year. All the implementation operated without spending budget. According to the public participation spectrum, as you see this spectrum, it shows that we reached the collaborative level. It means we look for an advice and innovation in formulating solutions. So what are the next steps? We follow the Web Content Accessibility Guidance, or WCAG. At the level AA conformance is the standard by the legal requirements Act. Continuing develop a search strategy, form users' requirement, and keep the fence of library as a volunteer to continue the library's project. So I finished my presentation here. This is Ms. Nisha Sondi, the initiative. She's on the stage in the Smart Talk last month to tell about her story, our story about the volunteer project. So feel free to ask her. This is her email. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any questions for any of the speakers? Ms. Caroline Menard, Julia Taylor, and Jennifer Manning, the colleagues from the Assembly of Togo, Mario Pil, Dong Yung Lee, or Narichara Fetpanapon. Yes, Ms. Rosales.
Thank you, Livia. For Dong Yung-Yi, the manual for great legislative impact analysis is published in the internet?
Not yet. It's just published in our company, so it will be used for educate and enhance the capacity of our company steps only. But maybe few months later, it will be open to the public, I think. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Nyoro Isaiah from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. Compliments to the presentation by Julia and her colleague on CRIS and the innovation aspect of constituent services. I'm much to know about the CRIS services. Are these centers apolitical in terms of information provision in regard to being non-partisan and confidentiality? Because my study, I did a detailed study, which is part of my PhD, in Southern Africa. One of the challenges that face constituency information centers is that of being non-partisan. So I would want to know about that. And also, this may be directed to Julia. The innovative approach to constituent services, is the approach within the confines of the CRIS, or is it a separate project on its own? That's my first question. Then my second question is directed to Mario Piero. Forgive me about my pronunciation. The Bundestag. Are you now witnessing the impact of your survey with regards to user attitude? Because it's very difficult to change the attitude of people on with regards to services. Are you now witnessing the impact of the service. Then the other questions will come during other interactions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. So the first question on nonpartisanship, I think one of the best ways that we strive to be nonpartisan is our review process at CRS. So for all the written products that we provide, and even for presentations, we go through a multi-level review process. So the first stage of review would be a peer review, where you would send something to your colleague. They would read it over and see if they saw any objectivity issues with the product. And then a first-line supervisor would do then a section-level review, again looking for those types of partisan issues and whether it's good writing. And we have manuals that describe what you should look for during the review process. Then we have a division-level review, which as the leader of a division, I review everything that comes out of my division, including some of the GIS services that Jennifer mentioned in her presentation. I was reviewing a map just last night. And then finally, we have a review office that's part of our director's office, and they do a final level of review for looking for partisan issues in our writing. So I think that that's one of the fundamental ways in which we try to catch those types of issues. And then you had also asked about the constituent services, and I think Jennifer and I both think that that is something that we are seeing house-wide is an increased activities for constituents. Even our congressional offices are telling us that they're doing more and more constituent services, and therefore asking for our support in that role as well. Did you want to add anything?
So many people believe that one reason why more and more citizens are asking their members of Congress for assistance is that during the pandemic, like in many countries, we had a lot of new government assistance programs for, small businesses and things like that. And so there were a lot of new government funding programs available for citizens. And so that kind of, a lot of citizens, think those programs still exist. They don't, but they are asking for that money, and it just kind of opened more citizens' eyes that the federal government might be a source for government funding. They also ask us for assistance with identifying private funding, say for a charitable foundation, if they are running a nonprofit or a local museum or something like that. They ask us for that assistance as well.
So if I understand you right, I'm sorry, it's not your fault, my English is terrible. But you ask about the weaknesses of our services, is that right?
I asked about the impact of your survey with regard, after the survey, was there a change in the user attitude regarding what you wanted to find out?
After the survey? We do not know this yet, but I think the constituency staff, which are not on site, they have a promotion from us from the results that we gave them, and they know now that they could use our digital services from their constituency. You know what I mean? So we have some new users after the survey. Yeah.
Yes, please. Hola, buenos días.
Okay, good morning. Laia Casares from the Regional Parliament of Catalonia. This is a question for Mario Peel from the Bundestag. So you mentioned that through your surveys, you realized that there were many users or many staff of the Bundestag that didn't know your services. So my question would be, how did you manage to involve everyone in the Bundestag to answer to your survey? Because we have tried to send surveys out in my regional parliament, but we saw that we had very, very few responses. So how did you do it? How did you manage to get people to answer your surveys and to have such a big number of people?
Advertising, advertising, advertising. We sent out an email to everyone in the German Bundestag who belongs to the German Bundestag, administration, the staff of the MPs, and the staff of the parliamentary group. So we have a functional email, you know, so we can send out and reach almost 3,000 people. So that's the first way. And we have a respondents about 582. Looks like a small number of respondents, but we could see that the link of the survey was clicked 1,000 times. So that's the first one. And we promote our survey on our info table. And we promote our survey by flyers, which we gave when somebody is lending a book. So we give the flyer in the book. Yeah, and that's and the monitors. Also, advertising, advertising, advertising.
I have also a question for Mario still.
I was afraid.
So we bombard you today with questions. No, for the survey, I was wondering if in your responses, if clients hinted at the cost of using your service. So let's say, even if it's free, so to speak, if there's no financial cost, did they hint at the efforts they need to make to use you? And is that a factor in the usage or non-usage, you think?
I don't understand you, I'm sorry.
I mean, when they want to use us, to use your services, do they need to make a lot of effort to get there, to get a memo, to get an answer to their question? And is that an issue that was flagged in their answers to your survey?
No, they could come to us and we gave them a question. It's very quick and yeah, that's it. We can discuss this by coffee later.
Are there any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohamed Sadiq from Ghana Parliament. My question goes to Caroline. In your presentation, you've made mention of fostering internal collaboration. Did you come by any problem with regards to how to foster the collaboration of the internal collaboration? And if you've found maybe problems with regards to that, how did you resolve it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That's a very relevant question indeed. It comes a little bit, I think, with a cultural change also in the institution in terms of communicating more with your colleagues and making sure that everybody sees the benefits of working closely with your colleagues. We tried to create also informal events where people could exchange and share about their work. We started a series of presentations last year that in French are called Faire Connaissance, which is aimed at knowing the work, getting to know the work of our colleagues that are working either in the archives, in the cataloging department, in the research department, to get to know more about what they are doing. In terms of challenges, it's interesting because the research department historically at the National Assembly of Quebec was not part of the library before. It got integrated into the library maybe no more than 15 years ago. And they are perhaps the only team that does not have a library studies background. So for them, I think it was particularly beneficial to learn a little bit about the world of what is a librarian, what is cataloging, what is indexing, and data documentation, records management also. And for us, it was very interesting to learn also about their work. So, I think that was mainly there was mainly benefits in the process. In terms of other challenges to collaboration, well, it also comes, I think, from the direction of the library. You need to have managers that will set the tone and that will create these events where you can actually share knowledge and learn about your colleagues, and everybody has to keep an open mind in that case. But I think that it was very easy to see the benefits, because often when we were working separately in silos, work was being done twice, basically. There was repetition of work, and that is very frustrating for everyone. So the fact that we got more effective and people could use their time in a better way was definitely a main advantage, a main benefit in the process.
Now, if there are there? Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes, a question for Don Young Lee. I would like to know, so you were talking about analysis of legislative information. Is that coming from NAS, first of all? And I would like to know how it has been accepted by political parties and parliamentary groups. Do they accept your work, or do they have any issues with your analysis?
Thank you for your ask me. In Korean, there are many obstacles, very many obstacles from the members of the parliaments objected the scheme of the system, because he suggests, I see, saying that this system is conflicting with their rights to making law. So when the MP suggests bills to National Assembly, then our analysis or report about the bills. This bill is analysis. This bill is impact the social, some negative impact or positive impact. This is the MPs think it's an obstacle in our company. Then it's a very struggle to improvement point is that the institutionalized system is a little simple and easy. That the MP, we suggested the MP, then in the situation, many MPs know that the system is necessary in the Korea. But after that, it's very important, very important, but very hard, very important and hard to implement it with the scientific methodologies. How can we analyze the impact of the bills in the scientific methods or objective data? So we are very many, we have many opportunity to educate and improve the capacity of our nurse. Thank you.
Now we can, if there are any other questions, we can continue at the lobby because we also have a coffee break and a poster session. Thank you very much, all of you. It was a great session.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start our fourth session. Just waiting for everyone to get settled. I think we're all back. So welcome, everyone. My name is Julia Anderson, and I'm the secretary of IFLA Parl. And I'd just like to, again, thank Josefa for making this all happen, and thank our wonderful hosts. They're gracious hosts. Thank you to the staff here at the Senate. And also to thank the Standing Committee, who worked so hard to make this also happen. Two important pieces of business before we start our fourth session. First of all, we've had some requests for certificates of attendance. If you do require one, please email Leela and I under our email addresses, IFLA Parl Secretary and Information Coordinator. You can find our email addresses, I believe, on the IFLA website, or just connect with us over the next, I guess this afternoon. A second important piece of business is that our Portuguese Standing Committee member, Leonor, it's her birthday today. So I wanted everyone, please join me in singing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leonor. Happy birthday to you. And many happy returns. So now we can officially start our fourth session. So this session is about what's new. So we're going to start off with regional updates. So first of all, I'll invite Carolyn to give the update from Canada, from APLIC.
Thank you, Julie. So for those of you who may not know, APLIC is the Association of Parliamentary Libraries in Canada. And it is made up of 11 members representing the National Library of Parliament, as well as 10 of the 12 provincial and territorial legislative libraries. So since the last IFLA Parl meeting, APLIC has held 2 national conferences in Ottawa in September of 2023 and in Yellowknife in the Northwestern Territories in September 2024. And both of these events were also available virtually online. These were both occasions for library staff from our 11 member institutions to exchange on topics of common interest, such as outreach to parliamentary officials, reference services, emergency planning, artificial intelligence guidelines and testing, managing of parliamentary documents published electronically, planning accessible online and in-person services, and evacuating Yellowknife, including the Northwest Territories Legislative Library, due to a forest fire risk that they had last year. The directors of the member libraries also meet quarterly to ensure the business of the association is ongoing and maintains outreach to the Canadian Parliamentary Review, which is a quarterly publication of the Canadian region of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. They also maintain outreach to the Government of Canada Depository Services Program for federal government publications, and Gallup, which is a catalog of parliamentary publications, among others. APLIC also has a bulletin, a newsletter, which is published twice a year and is circulated to members by email. It is also shared on the APLIC website. So this allows member libraries to keep up on events in each other libraries and also in their broader legislators. APLIC conducts an annual survey that allows members to compare client size, usage statistics, staffing, budgets, and more useful data. And also, it is noteworthy to mention that there will be a change in leadership at the Library of Parliament of Canada, since the parliamentary librarian, Dr. Heatherlenk, will be retiring, and Christine Ivory will be appointed October 21st. This is the reason why, unfortunately, many of our dear colleagues in the Library of Parliament couldn't come to the event this week, because they're currently managing the process between changing parliamentary librarian. And to anybody who has known Dr. Lank, she is an amazing person, amazing professional, and I'd like to wish her a happy retirement on behalf of IFLA Parl, and a very well-deserved retirement as well. And just to also add a bit of information, I am giving out this update for APLIC, but in the name of Joanna Smith, who is the APLIC secretary, and Peter Gourlay from British Columbia, who is the APLIC's president. And if anybody has any questions or wishes to engage with APLIC or to know more about the association, it will be my pleasure to answer questions or put you in contact with us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. And now I'll invite Julia and Jennifer to give a report from the United States.
All right, thank you. So at the last IFLA Parl meeting, I had announced that Mary Mazanek had stepped down as the director of CRS and that Robert Newland was going to be serving as our interim director. So I'm very happy to announce at this year's IFLA Parl meeting that we have a new director in place. Dr. Karen Donfried started at CRS on September 23rd, and we're thrilled to have her. Dr. Donfried is a former Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. She was also formerly the president of the German Marshall Fund, and most notably a former CRS employee. So we're very, again, thrilled to have someone who understands CRS at the helm. Some other activities. We've been, the CRS has been working with the library's LC Labs group on some AI experiments. LC Labs is a group within the technology office of the library that tries to take on innovative projects. And so most notably, they've been working on an experiment on bill summaries with us. So just to see if services might be useful for generating those bill summaries for us. CRS also has an AI working group made up of analyst attorneys and librarians within CRS who are also doing some experiments. This past year, we looked at whether we could use AI to do some court case summaries using some of the commercial databases that we have. If any of you are familiar with Lexis and Westlaw, we've been looking at those two summaries and the AI components within them to see if we could use those for court case summaries. As I mentioned previously, that we're working on an update or a redesign to our website, and again, we're partnering with our Office of Technology and their design specialists and taking a user-centered approach, as I mentioned. And then the Congress.gov team has been working on digitizing some historic versions of our public laws, and that's in collaboration with the Law Library of Congress and the Government Publishing Office. And then finally, we wanted to mention the library has also been working on digitizing some of its foreign law materials, including some historic Spanish materials from the 15th and 19th century. The project is called Herencia, I hope I pronounced that correctly. And so they're using a crowdsourcing mechanism to help us with some of the translations. So if any of you are interested, we'll be happy to provide you a link to that project to help us with that. And then Jennifer was going to talk about some of our regional legislatures.
I wanted to mention our National Conference of State Legislatures. So yesterday we were talking about Red Parlamenta and the autonomous regions of Spain. So in the United States we have 50 states and 6 territories. So there is an organization of National Conference of State Legislatures, which is ncsl.org. They have full-time employees, which are a great research resource to us, but they also have different staff associations, and one of them is for legislative research librarians within the states. And they had their annual conference last week. Some of our colleagues attended, and one of their conference topics was AI in legislative research. One thing to know about NCSL is they have a very robust state legislative tracking operation, so they maintain databases of legislation in all 50 state legislatures on popular topics. So, for example, laws on abortion, self-driving vehicles, cannabis, artificial intelligence. And this is a great resource for us because a member of Congress may want to know what the abortion laws are in all 50 states, and that is very time-consuming to do. But luckily, NCSL often does that for us. They also monitor developments in parliamentary administration on the state level. So, for example, what state legislatures allow parliamentarians to participate remotely. That's the type of thing that they track. So I can talk to you more about that if you're interested, but they have a public website that you can use as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Julia and Jennifer. So now I'd like to invite Janice and Evangelina to give an update from BiParlac.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm Janice from the Brazilian Chamber of Deputies Library. And I'm here with Evangelina Cabrera from the Library of Paraguay. And I'm here to share some updates about the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament Libraries Network. And, oops. So the network has been running since 2017, and we have members from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Panama, Parlamento Andino, Peru, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, and Venezuela. So as you can see, we are getting more members every year, so we are really happy about that. We had our third meeting in 2023 or 22, and it was in Argentina, and it was a very good time to get together and meet with everyone. And during that period, we managed to launch our website, right? And it was a blast to be there in Argentina and get together with all colleagues from all parliament libraries from the South American Caribbean. I'm going to pass to Evangelina to talk a little bit more about our website. She's going to do in Spanish, okay?
Good morning. So thank you. I'm so glad to take part at this major event for parliamentary libraries. First of all, I will refer to one of the difficulties we faced as a network. That is the creation or establishment of the legal staff. As it's a network with members from different countries, in order to obtain funds, we need to have a legal entity. Sorry, not staff, but entity. And each country is different, and each country requires different presence and residence. So we had to call to other organizations and to find help, and we discovered the General Secretariat of Iberoamerica, the HIT. And with them, the SEGIB, and we studied the possibility of establishing an agreement that would facilitate the management of funds without having to create a legal independent entity, because that was a major challenge structure-wise. SIGIG has that experience already with different units of UNESCO, with the Ibero-American Youth Association, and with the Ministries of Justice also of different countries of Latin America. So right now we are advancing in reaching an agreement with SIGIB so that we can have a kind of a legal entity allowing us to get the funds to carry out our activities. Thank you. I will give you the floor back. No, I continue. So what is our main activity? Currently, it's the cooperation between members. We do have created a work of representatives of the reference services for each one of the member parliamentarian libraries, and they channel the requests, the queries, or the comments that they don't find in the websites directly. So it's very simple to say, but it's also very efficient because the response is always immediate. So it is an example of one of the good practices of collaboration between the parliamentary libraries that are members of our association. During our third meeting in person that we had, we created our website, as it was explained. The content management is done collaboratively, but it's executed by Uruguay, the representative of Uruguay. But each member library tries to collaborate when managing the content. We have also, with the Communications Secretariat, we have established a social media plan, which is and also managed collaboratively. We are present in Facebook because most part of our users, our clients, are older, and therefore they use more that social media, but also Instagram. So Facebook and Instagram. Since September 2023, we also have created an account in X, former Twitter, to provide more updated information. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Everyone, and if you have any questions, please, you can ask to me and to Evangelina. Also, we have here Fabiola from Mexico, and we have Guido from Chile. Chile. Okay, excellent. This is our crew from South America and Caribbean.
Thank you very much, Janice and Evangelina. So now I'd like to invite Alexandra to give the update for ECPRD.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Holle, but the presentation which now I will make was prepared by Ida Kelemen, who is the coordinator for an area of interest of ECPRD. She is not present today here, so as her deputy at the Hungarian Research Service, I will be her voice today. So let me start with some introductory information for those of you who are not so familiar with ECPRD. The European Centre for Parliamentary Research and Documentation was established in 1977 in Vienna by the Conference of Speakers of European Parliamentary Assemblies. According to the ECPRD statutes, the members are the European Parliament, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and also the parliamentary chambers of the member states of the Council of Europe. Some more parliaments have observer status, just like the USA or Canada, and there are also countries who are who have partners for democracy status within ECPRD. At present, the Centre consists of 63 parliamentary chambers from 52 countries and European institutions. ECPRD has three objectives. First, to promote the exchange of information, ideas, experience and good practices among the administration of the parliaments in Europe. Second, to strengthen close cooperation among parliamentary services in all fields of parliamentary administration, legislation, information, research and documentation. And third, to collect, exchange and publish studies produced by parliamentary services. Within ECPRD, there are 4 areas of interest, including economic and budgetary affairs, the information and communication technologies in parliaments. The relevant area for us is the libraries, research services and archives, and there is also the area of parliamentary practice and procedure. There are 2 main types of activities. The first is information exchange in the form of comparative requests, and the second is the organization of seminars on various topical subjects, and these seminars are usually organized by areas of interest. So let me tell you a bit about comparative requests. In this slide, you can see how information flows within ECPRD. So the parliaments can send requests to all or just to some selected members via the ECPRD website. Then the addressed parliaments provide their answers also via the website. And the previous requests and answers are also available on the website as a treasury of information on the parliaments and also on policy issues of European countries. As you can see, the number of requests is increasing. Now there are around 300 to 400 requests annually. And basically there are 2 types of requests. The first category are the requests on policy issues. 60% of the requests belongs to this category. Some of the recent examples are the prohibition of mobile devices for students in primary education, or another one is the system of financing churches, religious communities, and religious organizations. So there are very many topics that we deal with within ECPRD. And the rest of the requests, around 40%, deals with the procedural, constitutional, and administrative matters related to the functioning of parliaments. And as I mentioned, seminars are also a very important part of the ECPRD activities. In this year, we have a very lucky year, as we have 3 seminars. 2 already took place, and we have 1 ahead. So in April 2024, there was a seminar in Rome, and the main topic of the seminar was the use of artificial intelligence for parliamentary research and documentation. The seminar was organized by the Italian Chamber of Deputies and analyzed the opportunities and limitations of AI in parliamentary documentation, libraries, and research. We had 87 participants and discussed a lot of various questions regarding AI, but still had a very positive atmosphere and looked with hope into the future. And there was another seminar in Budapest, which was about the use of data visualization for parliaments. And this seminar was unique in a sense that it was the first ever joint seminar for all 4 areas of interest. Because this seminar was on a common tool that is really interesting for all of us on data visualization. Here we had around 70 participants. Lastly, let me promote the seminar that is ahead of us. It is going to be held on the 5th and 6th of December in Brussels, and it is hosted by the European Parliament, and its main topic is navigating and supporting change in a new parliament. The seminar will focus on various topics, such as promoting research services to a changing clientele, the role of research services in a divided parliament, innovative library strategies for parliamentary support, evaluating the success of existing products and services, and also rethinking products and services to respond to the new needs of members. So I think that it will be a very interesting occasion, and I hope that many of you will have the opportunity to attend. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alexandra. So now, also, and last but not least, I'll invite Isaiah to go up and give the report for IFLA. You can do it there.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have your slides.
Okay. Greetings to you, colleagues. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to represent IFLA, Association of Parliamentary Libraries for Eastern and Southern Africa. So grateful to represent IFLA here at the IFLA 2024 conference. Just a historical background for some of you who might not know about IFLA. It's an association that was formed in 1994 under the coordination of the Parliament of Zimbabwe's former Chief Librarian, Mr. Gurure. There were 11 member countries from Eastern and Southern Africa that founded IFLA. So IFLA is a member of IFLA. The membership currently stands at 15 parliaments from Eastern and Southern Africa. And we still have some more countries that are intending to join. We hold conferences every year. So I'll just give a brief on the 20th and 21st conferences that were hosted. Parliament of Zimbabwe hosted the 20th edition of the IFLA at Elephant Hills Hotel in Victoria Falls from 27 to 30 May 2023 under the theme Parliamentary Libraries and Research Services, an interface for knowledge-driven macroeconomic development. When we developed this, the theme that resonates with a nation's development goals. So a country that hosts IFLA will come up with a theme that will relate to its own goals so that we relate to the parliament and the nation at large. So, at the conference in Zimbabwe, a new executive committee was elected, and none other than myself being elected as the president of IFLA. We have got other committee members, the vice president, the secretary general, treasurer, and 3 committee members. That's, as you can see from the screen, that's the executive committee of IFLA. And the guys standing on the far right and left, those were the election observers. I did see Adam Kone. You are there, my friend? He was one of the the supervisors during our elections. Thank you very much. Then the IFLA 21st conference, it was hosted successfully by the Parliament of Mozambique in Maputo from 18 to 25 May 2024. That's this year, under the theme Re-engineering and Modernization of the Parliamentary Library in Search of Excellence in the Information Retrieval Service. We have forthcoming conferences. The 22nd conference is being hosted by Namibia in 2025. We have already, in fact, the Parliament of Namibia has already agreed after we have written to them requesting to host the conference. We have already requested the parliaments of Malawi and Zambia to host the conference in 2026 and 2027 respectively. And I heard today that Malawi has agreed. Then we have introduced a corporate social responsibility activity within our conferences. In Zimbabwe in 2023, the association CSR targeted 2 charitable organizations, an old people's home, a children's home. These benefited from the philanthropic drive by the IFLA. We donated gas stoves, meal, and assorted groceries. We also, during the day, interacted with the community, the aged ones, and the children, and do some activities with them. In Mozambique, this year, IFLA delegates, led by the Honorable Member of Parliament, who is responsible for social affairs, gender environment, donated foodstuffs, hygiene materials, and money to a disadvantaged old people's home again, where there are 85 elderly people living there, consisting of 52 men and 33 women. Also, as a social responsibility activity, we decided to reward and recognize all former APLESA leaders, both retired and serving. So at every conference, we recognize a former leader or a retired person who has contributed towards APLESA. So those are some of the activities in the pictures of the social responsibility activities: stoves being donated, some groceries being donated. During our conferences, we go for excursions in every country. A country will choose where to take delegates for entertainment. In Zimbabwe, we visited the Victoria Falls. If you haven't seen this natural wonder, you haven't seen anything. I will invite some of you who haven't been to Zimbabwe to visit the Victoria Falls. It's a very, very interesting tourist center. In Mozambique, we also visited archives that house the history of the liberation struggle, the history of the country as part of our excursion. Challenges. Yes, as an association, we face a number of challenges, but some of them we are trying to address them in-house. You know, we face budget cuts, and this affects some of our activities. But in trying to address this, we have development partners that are assisting APLESA. And also another challenge has been the health situation of our Secretary General, Mr. Simon Engitu from Uganda. He has not been feeling well for the past 2 years, so it has affected some of our activities. Some of the resolutions from the previous two conferences, we are saying that the position of the President should be on a rotational basis, that eligible member parliaments should be invited. We are trying to recruit more members for APLESA. And the issue of Namibia hosting, I've already said it. Malawi and Zambia hosting 2026, in 2026 and 27, I've already mentioned that. Those were some of the resolutions last year. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isaiah. So now we're going to do a bit of, thank you to everyone for giving the regional updates, very much appreciated. And now we're going to do some seat shifting, where some of this panel are going to move back to their seats, and I invite people from the standing committee who are going to give updates on the IFLA action plan items. So Okay, so that took a bit of organization on our part, so thanks for your patience. So now we're going to start with giving an update on the IFLA Pearl Action Plan items. So first I'll invite Fabiola to give an update on action number 1, the Common Law Database, and the Heritage Project.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by reminding the extraordinary presentation by our Thai colleague, because she mentioned public participation, which is very important. We have talked about Comlo and heritage, and we have consulted our community and have had some involvement from some of you. But we still need more collaboration and more empowerment to have high participation in these two big projects. Heritage is a mixture of two words, heritage and storage. And this is a platform to disseminate historical constitutions. This is the main objective, but also to share the documentary heritage of each and every one of our libraries. We have had to pause this project because IFLA asked us to sign a memorandum of understanding with the library, in our case with the Mexican Chamber, who already designed the website. And what we're trying to do is to put forward this memorandum of understanding so that we can have and reaffirm our authority and the authority of IFLA, and thus allow all of you to participate in this heritage database. And the second project is Comlo, which is database, comes from communications and law, and this is to do with comparative law analysis carried out by librarians and parliamentary researchers by selecting some of our national productions and registering them in Comlo. We are getting help from a company which is based here in Spain called Hanium, and we are very grateful for this cooperation. It's a not-for-profit, by the way, not-for-profit cooperation, so they are doing this for free to support IFLA Pearl. So really we would like to ask you to collaborate. You have all the information, or you can contact Lila and Julie if you need further information so that you can cooperate with us. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Fabiola. So now we're going to move on to item number 2, which Carolyn's going to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Muchas gracias, Fabiola. So I will be giving you updates on 3 actions of our action plan. Our action plan for 2023-2025 actually has 12 actions in total. And of course, we are here standing committee members, but we invite anyone who is interested in collaborating and working on these actions, in providing help, expertise. It's always welcome. So please feel free to manifest your interest if so. So first action I wanted to give you an update on is our action that is regarding the strengthening and maintaining relationships with international organizations, including the IPU, regional and national associations, to promote parliamentary strengthening, democracy, and exchange of information and best practices. So we've been working in the last year to list actually all the different parliamentary associations or parliamentary libraries and research services associations that exist in the different regions of the world. Our goal is to establish new relationships with different associations and to create, if relevant possible, new networks of parliaments based on their size and on their resources through the use of listservs. So we've been starting by listing what currently exists to see where potential networks might be created. We also plan to reach out to different parliaments that are located in federal countries to see if there are associations that exist at the regional level and that may not have a presence on the web. So we are hoping to contact them directly to find out about possible existence of regional associations. We've also established a contact with Vicky Ward from the International Parliament Engagement Network, who wishes to develop a repository of resources for research services in parliaments. So to have a page basically, or where you can find all the different outputs that research services are creating. So this work is ongoing, and our contact with Vicky Ward has helped extending an invitation to research services in parliaments which may not know about IFLA Parl, so to increase our membership as well. And we've also been working with Agora to become a part of their community of practice. Second action I wanted to give you an update on is regarding the organization of the World Library and Information Congress in 2025. So we try to start planning these events ahead, so we're not even finished with the annual conference of 2024, thinking ahead for 2025. As you may already know, the WILIC for 2025 will be in Astana in Kazakhstan, and we have a former member of the Standing Committee, Ellie Valentine, who has volunteered to establish contact with members with staff that works at the Parliament of Kazakhstan. So we're hoping to get contact from her volunteer work there. And last action I wanted to give you an update on is our action which is aiming at pursuing the reflection on artificial intelligence's impact on our field. So we, IFLA Parl, participated in a panel that was titled Artificial Intelligence in Government, Parliamentary and Law Libraries, a Cross-Sector Conversation, which happened during the 24 Hours of IT event, which was organized by the IT section of IFLA. It is available online in two parts because, as the title says, it was 24 hours of conferences. I was very impressed with the IT section and the way they pulled the logistics of it. It was incredible. All of this was, of course, online. And we decided, we partnered with the AI Special Interest Group in IFLA to create a panel with experts from Division B, which includes parliamentary libraries, government libraries, government information and official publications libraries, and law libraries. So we had experts from different fields, including Anne-Marie, which represented our section for IFLA Parl. So it was a very interesting conversation to see across sectors how we could, how AI was impacting our field. And this is also available online. It happened on August 28, and if you get a chance to go see it, it's quite interesting discussion. So we had Anne-Marie Genet-Charette as representative of Library and Research Services for Parliament section. We had Jeremy York, who represented the Government Information and Official Publications section from the University of Michigan. We had a Greta Brongard for the Government Library section. And we also had Elisaveta Blagojevic from the Women Information and Library Special Interest Group. And I think this sums it up for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Carolyn. And now I'll pass it over to Martin to talk about the next action plan item about the memorial webinars to Donna. It is, I am totally wrong. Don't go by memory, read your notes. I'll pass it on to Julia Taylor, who's going to talk about action item number 4, review and update existing published guidelines.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, as Julie was mentioning, I've been leading the effort to review the existing guidelines with the help of some volunteers, and so I wanted to start by thanking everyone who has reviewed the guidelines along with me and offered their thoughts on what we might want to update. So mostly we've identified some technical updates, some formatting things, references to documents in the guidelines that we'll want to make sure that there haven't been any changes to those documents themselves. But the major observation from the group that's been looking at this project is that we would like to include a section on AI, because it's the topic that we're all talking about these days. So I can share the approach that we've been talking about as far as what we might want to include in the guidelines when it comes to AI. We thought that it would be helpful for parliamentary libraries to know what resources they may want to consult to learn more about AI, including any documents that may be available from the special interest group looking at AI. We also talked about whether we would want to also include something about knowing the legal frameworks under which you're operating, so that you can understand what those limitations might be. And then understanding some of the challenges with AI, which I think we'll hear more about this afternoon, things like hallucinations and biases that can creep into those projects. And then also uses. I mentioned briefly that the library is looking at using AI for bill summaries, so how AI may be of use. So our next step is we do want to reach out to the AI special interest group and again see if they have some materials that we'll want to reference in the guidelines, and then also start working on drafting that section of the guidelines so that we can get more input from members. And that was my update. Oh, and if you have any suggestions, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'd love to talk about the guidelines and if there's anything else we can update. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Julia. And now we'll pass it on to Martin Reed, who'll give an update on action number 5, the webinar memorial to Donna Sheeder.
Thanks, Julie. And this item follows on very well from Julie's item on the guidelines, as the aim of the webinar series is to build on the fantastic resource which the guidelines represent, and ultimately to attempt to develop a training program which is based on those guidelines. But we're starting with what we hope will be a series of webinars which have been named in memory of Donna Sheeder, who was a past chair of this group and a past president of IFLA. And we're doing that in conjunction with the IPU. The first of, as I say, what I hope will be a series of webinars will be on the 12th of November, so next month, on the topic of how to develop parliamentary libraries based on the needs of customers. This will be an interactive session which will include a presentation from Edward Wood from the United Kingdom, one of the guidelines authors, which will cover the role that good information plays in how parliaments work, the information needs of members for the different roles that they play, the pressures that members are under, and how parliamentary libraries can help with members' information needs, along with basic steps for building and starting a parliamentary library service. This will be followed by a question and answer session with a panel of experienced senior librarians from parliaments around the world. And we are planning to run the session twice on the same day to enable participation from colleagues in different time zones. The first session will run from 10 to 11 Central European time, and there will be interpretation provided by the IPU in English, French and Arabic for that session. And the second session will run from 4 to 5 p.m. Central European time with interpretation provided in English and Spanish. We have panelists for that second session. These are Ellie Valentine from the USA, Alejandro Santa from Argentina, and a commitment from the Parliament of Canada Library to provide a colleague, although the name is still to be determined. We are, however, looking for panelists for the first session to join Edward and myself, and we're particularly looking for colleagues from Africa and Asia to join so that we can get perspectives from the full range of countries and regions represented in IFLA PARL. So if you're interested in being a panelist for that session, which will involve responding to questions from attendees and commenting on the presentation and the things that Edward will be talking about, we'd be really grateful to hear from you. So please do get in touch. And also please do encourage colleagues in your institutions to sign up for the session. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Martin. And now we'll pass it to Leila, who's going to talk about 2 action items, IFLA's repository and IFLA PARL's communication plan.
Thank you, Julie. When we started out this term, we saw that the IFLA repository regarding the IFLA PARL material was a bit behind because it had undergone big change and it changed. So we had to, the team working on this action, which was Leonor and Alec and Elisabetta and I and Fabiola, if I remember correctly, we decided to catalog everything that we have in IFLA repository as IFLA PARL and then see what we need to add more. So we found out that we don't have material regarding all our past annual conferences and presentations. So we would like to ask you if any one of you has ever participated in an IFLA PARL conference or any IFLA PARL related event. Please contact us, send us your material so that we can upload and update the IFLA PARL, the IFLA repository regarding the IFLA PARL. Right now we're working with Julie Anderson to update all our standing committee meetings minutes in the repository. And lately, a month ago, I think, IFLA repository underwent a very big change, and they're now in this space. It's much more functional and easier, so you can all visit it and see what material we have there, and let us know if you think we have to add something more. And passing to the other action about communications plan. We have a big team. It's not just me. It's again Alec, Leonor, and Fabiola, and Janice, and Elisabetta. When I started as an information coordinator, we had the Facebook and the Instagram account. We managed to expand it and have more followers and friends there. And we already had X, Twitter, and LinkedIn, but Leonor and Alec have worked on it very hard for the past few months, and we have more viewers there. If you want to please join, not if you want, please join us in these media, so because we have news there, sometimes even daily, and you can follow us. And we have been working really hard on the newsletter. We have published a newsletter in July 23, just the change. It was in the time we were changing, we're shifting roles with Fabiola. It was about the 2023 IFLA WILIC and our annual conference. We had our latest newsletter on February 24, and the latest one was summer 24, and we are going to publish now. We're hoping it will be in 24, late December maybe. The next newsletter is going to be the proceedings of this conference. So anyone who wants, anyone who has presented anything, you can send it to us. Or if you have just a short report, even if you didn't present, or photographs, please send them to us so that we can include them in that newsletter. And thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lila. And now we'll pass it to Dan, who's going to talk about action number 9, the World Directory.
Yeah, thank you. So this action is about optimizing and promoting the World Directory of library and research services in parliaments. Maybe some background first. The World Directory was started in 1985, and at that time it was a printed directory, so hard copy on paper, and was compiled and maintained by our colleagues from the German Bundestag. Nowadays, we've switched into an online directory, so there's a website, and it aims to provide an overview of all existing parliamentary libraries and research services. The goal is to create a network which can facilitate cooperation and knowledge sharing between those institutions. The World Directory is now hosted and maintained by our colleagues in Chile, from the National Congress of Chile, for which I would like to express my gratitude. And as for the status of this action point, we are currently, with our colleagues in Chile, optimizing especially the registration and data management functions of the directory. And after we finish that, we will actively start promoting the World Directory to get more of your institutions registered in the World Directory. Currently, we have 28 institutions registered, but surely there must be more. So, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And now we'll pass it to Leonor, who's going to talk about Action 10, the history of IFLA Parl.
Thank you, Julie. Well, regarding this action, Lila already told you that we have not enough information regarding the history of the section. So what we are trying to do is know when it started, we know, of course, what standing committee members were there. So if there is any former standing committee member here, please give us information. You can give it to Lila to know all the pre-conferences and all the information regarding the pre-conference. For example, the number of attendees, the subjects, because we don't really have that information. And the aim is to write a chapter regarding the history of the section, but we would really like to have the complete information regarding standing committees. We have already asked for UK help. Thank you, Martin. You have already. The ALDEC also provided. The US is also Julie and Karen also. So, but we still need more information. And Caroline, sorry. We still need information regarding Australia, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, the Netherlands. I saw the. I didn't ask for it. So, if any of you really know or have been a former standing committee member, please provide us the information. We would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonor, and again, happy birthday. And finally, last but not least, Alex, who's going to talk about Action 12, encouraging our members to publish.
Yes, so on the publishing front, Caroline mentioned our IFLA Parl newsletter, which is very informative, but please be aware that there is also an overall IFLA journal, which is well embedded in the academic literature, I would say. It is published up to 4 times a year. It has many interesting articles written by library and research professionals from all over the world. I had a quick check earlier this week, and the last article published in there on our business, Parliamentary Research Library Matters, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is precisely from Caroline, from 2021, how parliamentary libraries, and in casu her parliamentary library, dealt with or stayed operational during the pandemic. So and I think many interesting topics were debated here yesterday and today, so I personally see many materials for new articles in the IFLA journal to make us visible. So I'm also sure that if you intend or if you plan to write something for the IFLA journal, you would find many people in this room willing to give input and to check your work, or maybe to make your work a little bit lighter to get published in there. And then the other thing I would like to mention, and I already did so yesterday briefly, so in IFLA there is also a special interest group on library publishing, which has been around for a couple of years already. They are now in the run-up to become a section, and I have the firm belief they will manage to. So becoming a section with 20 members and a bit of similar structure like we have. The special interest group had this year a very vibrant and interesting conference in Turkey with other partners. They group essentially university library presses with a strong US, UK, Dutch and German presence. They mainly campaign for or support what we call diamond open access, so making it easier for academics on a level, an equal level playing field to publish at no cost in journals that come with no cost. For us, I think this is a bit less relevant probably, but the board of the special interest group is very interested in having us on board as well, and our concerns insofar that we are publishing, because of course not all of our parliamentary libraries are doing that. And I tried also, and I would very much appreciate input from the room on that as well, to come up with a little list of issues that could be of common concern in terms of publishing. I think writing of content, I referred to that in my presentation yesterday. How can we make it easier to create digitally first content using maybe preferably open source tools that are affordable? How we can preserve content. You mentioned repositories. Our content is often of academic nature, but is typically also grey literature. It tends to disappear over time if we change systems. And then also, how can our work maybe become more quoted by academics? Or how can we know how much academics quote us? Because this can maybe also help us in getting funding, in justifying what we do. So it would be interesting in the coming period and in the run-up of the special interest group to become a section, to collect interest, if there is interest in this, so that we can maybe then report back to this section, future section, and have a meaningful input there. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. And now I'd like to pass the floor over to Josefa.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. As we have seen, the section is evolving and the work is being distributed and divided, and especially in terms of important matters included in the action plan. And they are all distributed in groups, committees, and we have advancement groups for all the actions of the action plan in our section. And this is a way of taking responsibility within the standing committee and also advancing the different matters, the different important matters within IFLA. This conference is also collecting all the concerns, most recent concerns about our work and our tasks. We're seeing concerns both in terms of application of artificial intelligence in the work that we carry out in our departments, and how we can better use AI. And we're also seeing that there's interest to get in contact with different associations and at different territorial levels. It could be regional within states, or it could be national and even international organisms and organizations. So all these contacts between networks are necessary in a world which is more and more systematized every day, and which is like a sort of puzzle, and all the pieces fit one with each other. So cooperation is really, truly very important. We might include all of this in our training plan, the webinars that are going to start in November. And there will be different development series, and this will be in cooperation with the Interparliamentary Union. We hope you follow them, we hope you sign up for them, and we hope you will keep advancing and learning from our expert colleagues and everything they have to show us and to teach us. So I'm sure that Caroline has made a good note of all these concerns, and that these are going to be included in our training program and the webinars. It's absolutely key that you tell us about your concerns in all the communications that we have. Thank you very much. And Caroline, you can close this section and we can move on to the next thing.
Muchas gracias, Josefa.
Thank you, Josefa.
Well, actually, the last part of our session today, as you may have seen on the program, is to hear from you. We've talked a lot about what we've been doing for the last year, the Standing Committee, but we also wanted to take this opportunity of having you all professionals from the community in the same room to know a little bit about what do you expect from IFLA as an association, as a community, and how we can better fulfill your professional needs. I am a big fan of continuous improvement, so this is about making sure that we answer more your needs as professional, and this is a very informal discussion, so there are no wrong answers. If we're doing something right, you can also tell us. It's always nice to get some positive feedback, but it can also be constructive feedback. So we are, the floor is yours. We're looking forward to having your opinions. Thank you. Anybody wishes to break the ice?
Yeah. Don't be afraid, jump in.
Informal.
Hi. Sorry, I have a question. So I'm Anne-Marie Genet. I'm from the Canadian Parliament. I was wondering, so I know there's a lot of librarians, and I'm assuming everyone is a librarian except me, but like there's a lot of subject and things that the IFLA Parl is doing that would also be benefit of other professionals working at the library, and I'm wondering if there's any type of outreach that you would want individual members to do, or maybe having some other type of topics that can be of interest to more people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. That is indeed a very good question, and my short answer would be yes. We always want to connect with other sections, other professionals as well. You yourself being a lawyer, so from the law field, of course, we know that parliamentary librarians and the law sector are very linked. So I think that it would be quite beneficial to deepen these connections, definitely. Of course, I mean, I'm always personally interested about the impact of AI, so any possibility of having expertise on that topic is strongly appreciated. Anybody else in the Standing Committee wants to join in on the conversation? Martin, yes?
Well, I was just going to follow up on Josefa's point about the webinar series, and I think the ability to present webinars on different topics is a very good opportunity to widen out the range of colleagues who are engaged with the work that we are doing and the expertise that we have. So yeah, I think gathering ideas for the type of sessions, the type of areas of interest that colleagues would be interested in engaging with us on would be very good, and then looking to all of us to promote that to our colleagues in the institutions that we are in is probably a good way forward.
Thank you, Martin. Anybody else wants to contribute to the discussion? Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. Yesterday I wanted to ask about the publications or issues regarding publication. Yes, at one time when you read some of the publications we get concerned, and I feel we need some quality control. We need maybe a strong team of peer reviewers to assist. If we need a team, I can say. Publishing is not something that we can just publish what we share. Maybe we might say if it is a proceeding of this conference, we take information as it is because we've been sharing information. But if we want our publication to add knowledge to the board of knowledge, to add knowledge, we need strong quality control. So we need a team of quality controllers or peer reviewers. I participate in the Nigerian Journal of Information Science, where I'm one of the co-editors. And also I peer review a number of journals and the articles that appear under academia and other databases. So you'd find I can volunteer to be part of the team for peer reviewing and assist our colleagues. If you look at publications from parliaments, I challenge our research department, in particular at Parliament of Zimbabwe, when you talk about research issues. It's not about writing only background papers. If you want to be a true researcher, you must add to the board of knowledge, not just to copy from newspapers and give the member of parliament something to present. That is not pure addition to the board of knowledge. We need to research and understand some research methodology and how to apply. So that's what I feel we can assist each other to improve the publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is indeed a very good point. We know the importance indeed of quality control and peer reviewing.
Oh, sorry, Carolyn, if I could just jump in too, but just to reassure everyone that IFLA has a very strict peer review process. So anything that gets published in the journals, IFLA journals goes through a strict peer review process also. And it's a great opportunity not to also, publish about what we do in our jobs to support our members, but also to write about our work and what's our successes and also our failures. I think there was a fear for a while within IFLA Parl specifically to talk about failures or weaknesses, or if you tried something it didn't work. But I think that's where the real meat is. If you want to share things you tried and didn't work, you're sharing with the community so maybe they can build on what you started and maybe didn't finish. Thanks.
Maybe just also to add to what was just said by Julie, and maybe we'll talk about it this afternoon, but we have our parliamentary libraries and research service guidelines, but there will be also new phenomena, like for example, we've been discussing it in the European Parliament in our service, but I'm sure maybe you have as well, is how about AI as a co-author to your publications and this type of things, or AI as a reviewer? Do we need common understanding of concepts? Is it useful to talk about it? I think this is also coming fast towards us, these situations. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the questions.
So first I want to say thank you to the Standing Committee for all of your hard work. I've got 2 suggestions, but I'm also conscious that I don't want to give you any more work. I really welcome the work on open access, but I would also like to see a repository for open access educational resources. I know that in my work I produce quite a lot of them, and I'd love to share them with you all. I get the chance to talk about them at conferences, but then, you know, sharing is really on an ad hoc base and whoever wants them. So it'd be nice to have a repository to crowdsource this. And the second suggestion is potentially to have a specialist directory of members who are willing to share their expertise or to answer some queries.
Thank you, and these 2 very, very good suggestions, really great suggestions. And I'm taking notes, so what you're saying, like, we'll do something about it, we'll discuss it. It's not just, hey, we're saying stuff and it's not getting recorded. So yes, thank you. Anybody else who I'm trying to, yes?
Sorry for giving me for talking too much. Thank you. Last month I was tasked by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe to write on the history of chieftainship in Zimbabwe, a publication. I'm also writing the history of Parliament of Zimbabwe as a publication. There was a book that he asked me to extract from any library. I could not find the book from Zimbabwe. I ended finding it from I think it should be from the Library of Congress. One of my assistants managed to get a copy. I'm saying this in line with the history of IFLA section, IFLA power section. We are information managers. Again, forgive me for my strong words. We are information managers, and we can't have the history proper of the section from what we are talking about. I think we need to do something deeper about this. And from when the IFLA power started up to now, I think we need to do something. I'm taking this background of I gave it the background of my boss, the Speaker of Parliament, who said, I don't want to hear a librarian who say I can't find the information. You see. So let's do something about the history and document it for future reference. Thank you.
Thank you, and this brings us back to the action that we have on the history of the section. Indeed, that we share the same goal. Indeed, we want to deepen our knowledge of the histories of the section, definitely for the future. So again, if you have any piece of information that can be beneficial for us, please do not hesitate to send it to us.
Sí, también respondiendo a la...
Yes, and just to answer the question, and in case the section can be of help for this kind of queries and this kind of issues that can come up whilst we're carrying out our work, it's true that we might not find the specific material that our parliaments need at some point, and we have tried several times to use the IFLA list, in which we're all included, to launch sometimes queries that we are having issues with in terms of our functioning potential. And sometimes in this network we have found colleagues which might be very far away in the world, and for them it's not so difficult to find that information. So we have tried that from time to time, and they were very successful. There have always been parliaments which have answered in one way or another, and even we could commit, if we have launched a query, to then publish the answer so that everyone can benefit from the answer that we have received. and also so that everyone knows where they can find information about certain subjects which might be more difficult to find locally. So this is something that the network is useful for too, and whenever we have tried it, it has been successful. So I really encourage you to share the issues that you might have when trying to find information on specific subjects, and I'm sure that there will be other parliaments that can help us.
Thank you, Josefa. And it is true that we have the listserv that is of great use, so that can also be beneficial for everyone who wishes to share information or get information on different issues, different topics, or if you have a research project you're working on and you want inputs from other colleagues, or if you want to build a team on different possibilities, projects, things like outputs, please do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we can use the listserv to help you out. Any other?
Yeah, if I might
Yes.
add, the World Directory might come in handy here as well. As soon as we've updated it, optimized it, and well, expanded the number of institutions registered there, you can have a sort of a listserv there as well to get into contact with each other.
If I might add, talking about the listserv, if you're having an event in your parliament, and even if it's not international or even if it's not for everyone to come, please announce it there, because everyone is interested, maybe just to hear the news. And maybe you can send in the listserv a short report about that, so we can all read about it. It's always interesting for us.
Okay, I would like to know your opinion about open or closed groups in Facebook or LinkedIn. For you and for the guys of the YouTube channel, I would like to know that. Do you prefer closed groups or do you prefer open groups in LinkedIn? Closed groups? Raise your hands. Closed groups just for us? Raise your hand, okay? Open groups, open for all the community. Everybody wants to see our opinions, our information. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I also would just want to make a quick point. I think I mentioned to one of our facilitators that in solving the problem of collecting our history, let's also employ the use of IT as much as possible. And I believe IFLA has maybe an IT team, an IT section that helps with so much good work you have done. One of the things we could have added to what we had was probably a live stream of this program. Now, I know it's Parliament, and so maybe not everything we may want to be out there. It may be sensitive. But for the conference that we have, they're having conferences that are live streamed. Now, when it is live streamed, it's very easy to have it recorded at the end of the session, and that is kept as a record for us. Even we, the participants, when you go for a workshop and you want to relate to what was said, usually about 2 weeks or so before we have the materials, it's likely you may have forgotten some of the things. That passion is no longer there. But if it's live stream on YouTube, the moment it's finished, in the evening I go to the hostel or wherever I am, I can replay some of the things that was said here, even create my report immediately as I'm going along listening to the YouTube. I get more information, what I didn't hear very well, and then I am done with that information than trying to wait for another 2 weeks and maybe I wouldn't be able to follow like I would have followed. So probably I just want to suggest, if it's possible, we get the IT team to help us and have some of these conferences live on YouTube, and it will help with, collating our records over the years. The past may have been, maybe, I don't know what that is the word, for lack of a better way to say, lost, but as we move along, we can do it such a way that we have our records always intact with it being recorded on YouTube, for example. Other things can also help us. Thank you so much.
Actually, yes, it's a very good idea. This is the first time we managed to have a YouTube live stream of this conference, and it is being recorded, so it will remain in the IFLA Parl YouTube channel afterwards so that everyone can see it. This is the first time we tried. I hope we did it right. We have very much help from the colleagues in the Senate here, and we thank them very much, immensely. I mean, they helped me very, very much with this live stream. As for the previous conferences, I don't know because we were under the IFLA umbrella, so we couldn't record ourselves, or we didn't have the means just yet. We're starting this project now. As Caroline said, some months ago we participated in the 24-hour IT project, the IT section of IFLA, so the recordings regarding IFLA Parl are there. If you email me, I can send you the links, and I suppose that the webinar on the 12th of November, it will be recorded, so it will remain either in IPU website or both in our IFLA Parl channel, YouTube channel. So we are beginning to create an archives of all our recordings. It's a very good idea. Thank you.
Any other questions, suggestions, comments? Yes.
My name is Suraya. I'm from the European Commission Library. You probably already have this, but I'm really interested in actually not just obviously watching the recordings and looking at the PowerPoints, but I really want to have all the links, and not necessarily from just the presenters, but from anyone, because I'm really interested in monitoring what other people are doing, follow them on their social media. So it would be really useful for me to have one place where I can find you very easily, so to just basically learn from your experiences. So that would be ideal for me, really.
It's a great idea. So just that I understand correctly, would be sharing contact information?
Anything within, I mean, obviously contact information. I'm already looking for you on LinkedIn. I really love the idea of having an open LinkedIn page, which is, I think, for this purpose, easier for me in terms of rather than Facebook. But I'm also interested in the projects, in the pages, in your social media, and not just you, but everyone. Now, I can't follow absolutely everyone and beyond, but I am really interested in actually looking at the projects that you're doing. And if it's easier to find rather than looking for all of you individually, that would be really useful.
Perfect. Very good suggestion. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Caroline,
Yes.
I'm Maria from Portugal.
Yes.
I was thinking that one of the things that probably could be of interest, but I don't know it, and you will check, is some of us have the opportunity to do professional visits to other parliaments. And I think, I don't know, probably as we usually have to write a report to deliver in our own institution, probably it would be interesting to give a short notice of the visit, what we saw, because, for example, I visit the Bundestag library, and I was speaking with Janice, and Janice was saying, oh, so interesting, I would like to go there. So not a report with 10 pages, as I did to give in my institution, but giving information about the visit that we made and the main aspects that we were attracted or that we learned, or how useful was the visit. I think it's important, and I suppose that, for example, the colleagues from the Bundestag will not have any opposition if I was, or any problem if I would publish a short notice. Even I may send them just to check if it's okay. But I think this is as a network, it will be useful. As I'm staying with Josefa, for example, I think that it will be useful. We are all here, but probably there will be things that we will speak about and that could be publicly promoted. So I think this will make our professional visits also useful to our colleagues. So this is a suggestion. I don't know if it works.
Thank you, Maria. It is a very good suggestion, and I think that would be a great piece to publish in the newsletter, probably. So yes, definitely, very good idea. I know that I have a tendency to visit parliamentary libraries on vacation, like I did in Portugal, so I can already write a couple of pieces on this. Thank you. We are approaching lunchtime, so I don't want to keep up anybody because we're probably pretty much all hungry. But last question, comment, complaint, we're taking everything. It's democracy. Yes.
Yes, only thanks a lot for all your work. Estoy impresionada con todo vuestro trabajo.
I'm impressed with your work, and I'm really thankful because it's in the benefit of all the parliaments. So I just wanted to thank you all for your work. Thank you again.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you. And Josefa? Do you want to add anything about lunch? Yes, about lunch and this wonderful meeting where concerns spring, and we take note because this is what this personal contact is for. I'm so glad that we're spontaneous and that we can give track to our work. The directorate with each one of the parliamentarian librarians are registered. It has only 28, and we have it even at a regional level, even lower levels than national levels. So the parliaments of regions that are in the different regions, autonomous communities of each one of the countries, you can also be registered in the directorate. So please include your data of your sections, the section of the library, so we will all know what are the contact person details, what are the things that we do. You can put a summary of what is it that you do. You can also include it in that directorate, which is so interesting, so that we can network. So thank you. And now we're waiting for lunch. It's now the time to go and have lunch. It's just nearby, so as we go out, we don't have to leave the room. So we will have the tables so that you can sit and have lunch. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
So we can probably leave our luggages here.
Good afternoon, everyone. If everyone could take their seat, we're about to begin our last but not least very interesting panel on artificial intelligence. I hope everyone had a great lunch. I know I've been absolutely impressed by the Spanish Senate restaurant yet again. So muchas gracias al restaurante del Senado. Realmente la comida es excepcional.
The food was exceptional, so thank you.
We are already a little bit behind time. Josefa, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. We start the last section of this conference in the Senate in Madrid. We are delighted to have our speakers for this panel that, compared to the previous sessions, this fifth session is going to work as a panel where the four speakers are going to give their approach about the use of AI in our parliaments and in our specialty as librarians, archivists, and documentarists. And then we will have a debate between the speakers where they exchange their approaches, their viewpoints, and then we will open questions to the floor so that they can also reply to your doubts, or at least they are expressed, so maybe in the future can be replied, because we're going to talk about a topic which has a great deal to do with the future and the present too. So we are really eager to know what our specialists have to tell us. Manuel, can you please introduce our panelists and give them the floor? Thank you, Pepa. I know it's a difficult hour after lunch. We're all slightly dozing, but we have a very interesting topic ahead. AI, artificial intelligence, since the evolution of ChatGPT and the democratization of AI, thanks to these tools that have brought this technology closer to the general audience. It is a topic which is present in every fora, of course, in the librarians forum too. Let me give the floor to the first speaker, Emmanuel Odai from the Parliament of Ghana, Anne-Marie Jeanine Charette.
Canada, and his presentation, Exploring Testing of Generative AI Tools at the Library of Parliament. Thanks a lot.
Gracias, Manuel.
Thank you, Manuel.
This is going to be distracting. Thank you for welcoming me. So I'm here presenting on behalf of the Library of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not a librarian. I'm here in my capacity as the chair of our AI working group, and I work as general counsel for the Library of Parliament. Dr. Lank sends her wishes. Today is her last day of work at the library, so she's busy packing up, but I think she made some time to watch some of the proceedings today. If we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, I do it? Oh.
Maybe I can help you.
So the Library of Parliament, we've presented at other panels. We serve both chambers, so both the Senate, which is the upper house of bicameral Parliament, and the House of Commons, which is the lower house. We have a vast research section that provide research and analysis to members, and we do also do the traditional librarian function of developing collection, maintaining, archiving, that sort of thing. We also provide public education programming. That means Parliament tours of Parliament and of the various buildings as well. So for our the testing that we did, so the working group, we are really a cross-sector membership. So we have people from the library side, the research side, and also people working in our common services programming, so people in HR, financial services. And what we wanted was to test which kind of application we could do of AI in our work. So we've started last year, and the first 4 areas that we've explored were reference and writing assistant, image creation, media monitoring, and data visualization and analysis. And this is a picture rendered by AI of us conducting our exploratory testing. I can assure you there were less cords around, and especially, it was not as sophisticated as that. So for the reference and writing assistant, so what we did is we wanted to know if it was an effective way to assist us in drafting some response for members of parliament. We've decided to test 3 tools, so Notion AI, ChatGPT, and Copilot. We chose most of these tools because they were low cost, and also we had put questions out to the various parliament to know what other institutions were using, and some were the answers that came up the most. And we tested the different prompts. The prompts we used were our reference requests that our librarian answered in the past, so we can ensure that we had some quality answers that we can compare the outputs to. So when we tested, what came out as a benefit was how easy to use these tools were. So really the user friendliness and user experience, what came out as at the top. But as we've heard earlier, there are some concern about accuracy of data, and especially if you look at for ChatGPT and Notion AI, they're both tools that are not connected to the internet, and they have limitations about the time span of their answers. So they couldn't provide you something in real time. There would have been a cutoff of, let's say, I think it was June 2022 when we tested. So you couldn't get any more recent data than that. So that's an important limitation when you're using these tools. And even with that, our user did find that ChatGPT was the most useful of all of them, even with that limitation. It also reinforced the ideas that fact-checking your answers and comparing to authoritative sources is essential when you use these tools. And we have developed some guidelines, and I think there's another speakers later on that's going to talk about their own guidelines that they've developed for their parliament. So the second one we tested were images. So those were tools that you can generate, you can have a prompt and they can create some images. And what we wanted to see is whether or not we could create parliamentary imagery that could be used for our public education program, or maybe images that we can use for our publications side. So for that we had a fictional publication on psychedelic-assisted therapy, and that result were some very trippy images. So for that purpose, we tested 4 tools, and really there's only one that we would recommend out of these 4 that could be used for official purposes, and that would be DALL-E, which is also an OpenAI product, so the same company that's behind ChatGPT. So really that one provided the best overall experience. So that one really provided the best overall experience. One of the features that was commended is that it could easily reproduce some different styles. So let's say you wanted to have a house, but you say, oh, I want it in watercolor, I want it made out of Lego, I want it made out of cardboard. It could easily convey that idea. But what a limitation we noticed is, so there was sometimes misconception of what Canada is. So often the products that were, the output that were generated were images that were mostly UK based, so a lot of UK parliamentary, or also a lot of American. So Canadian specific content was difficult to come by. And also, and I have some sample behind, you can none of them can really depict text or numbers or clock in something that's recognizable. And also all of them, the depiction of human bodies it can often recreate something that's really off-putting. So 5 hands, or weird numbers of fingers, or a very mangled appearance. So those were some samples of the image that were created. So the first one is we asked for a rendition of a watercolor center block, which is the main parliamentary building. So it did give us a nice result, but maybe you can't really see it on the slide, but if you look close to the clock itself, the numbers are a bit mangled and distorted. The second one really gave a really cute result. It's we asked for a cartoon cat giving a tour of the House of Commons. So most of the architectural feature were well represented. Maybe a mistake with the benches, they're facing the other way normally in the room, and also the uniform is the right color uniform that our guides are using. The last one, you can definitely see what's the limitation with text. So the tool knows what text is and has the idea of what text should look like, but all of the words are nonsensical. So in the middle, it's supposed to be written Canada, but it's Panada. So not at all. And then the symbols changes, and if you look closer to the faces, they're really off-putting, and they can be a bit scary when you look at them. So one of the, we also wanted to see if some of the database we had who have started to incorporate AI features could be leveraged and have we can save some time in there. So one of the database we use is Meltwater. So this is used by our current awareness and media monitoring team. So there was 3 specific functions that we tested. So AI tagging, which was to have the tools assign some subject to a text without having necessarily the word in there. And then there was search assistant, and then clusters and spike detection. So for the tagging, what we did is for a period of 2 weeks, staff manually search some keywords and then would manually tag text. And then the 2 weeks after that, they would let the tool tag the text themselves and to see whether or not it could accurately assign the correct tagging. What we found is that often than not, AI doesn't want to disappoint you. So even if there's no possible answer, they'll still find something, and they'll tend to over tag things or provide you answers. So sometimes that's what also causes hallucination. And because it took 2 weeks to train, and the result at the end were not necessarily conclusive. So for the search assistant, that it worked a bit better. So what it did is you can answer in a plain language. You can say, I want to search a certain article on X subject, and then it will create to you a search string with Boolean terms, and then will then generate the search strings, and you can adjust as you want. And then for that one, it's what our users noticed. It was a good starting point to, especially if you want to get insight on a lesser known topic, not necessarily if you, if you want to know, it can suggest you some concepts that are close by, but you wouldn't necessarily know when you are starting the search. And then with the conversation with the tool, it can make you additional suggestions. And what clusters and spike detection works like is, so if you search on a specific concept, it will summarize a large number of articles on different types. So, and I can show you what they look like, because maybe these descriptions don't do it justice. So this first images is the search string. So the prompt that we asked was to create a news alert for the parliamentary budget officer and some of his announcement that we make. So you can see that in the conversation, the tool will suggest what kind of news sources, where to find, which country to find, and also the topic itself. And then it generates the search string. And this is for the clusters and spike. So what it does is we search for a period of over a month of any mentions related to pharmacare, which was a topic that was heavily discussed in the news in Canada. And then it really found like 7 type of articles or of stories that came out of that and produced a summary that was quite accurate. The limitation with this one is you really need a high number of mentions to have any type of accurate result. And when we're functioning in a bilingual country where you have the French publications, which would be maybe 25% of the amount that the English publication would have, it creates a barrier to using the tool. So our last use was really the most promising one. We only concentrate on one tool, which was ChatGPT, and it's our data visualization team that used it to enhance some of the graphs that they were doing. So what they did is they uploaded the data set that they know was reliable. So that was the Statistic Canada census data. And then they use it for various tasks. So for generated code when they want to create some graphs, and they also were able to use it to have some preliminary analysis of their data set, and also it can be used for methods of visualizing specific sets, so creating chart mockups and so on. So they found that the code generated don't always work as intended and often require modification or improvement. Nonetheless, if you're someone who's very well versed in it, it comes easier for you to use, and you can write better prompts that can lead to the intended results, and you're also in a better position to detect your errors. So, because all of the people who tested it were people who were well versed in data analysis, they had great success, and the quality of their output was good, and they were able to create good product. And now it's one of our employees are often using this as a starting point to boost their effectiveness in doing that type of work. So this is what can be done. So for the first graph, they asked the prompt was to create a group bar chart to show unemployment rate between landed immigrant and the Canadian born for each provinces. And also they specified to use our color scheme and our visual identity branding, so that the ChatGPT was able to generate that first graph, and was also able to generate the facets that you see at the right side. So for each provinces, and then they specified how to classify the provinces by alphabetical order and that sort of thing. So so that was the same question about unemployment rate. So as we've concluded our first phase of testing, we're hoping to continue doing other things. We want to explore tools looking for more public policy, so more in-depth research. And there's other tools other than ChatGPT that we can use, that especially tools that are connected to database, the specialized database that we have access to, so we know that the data set that's used is more reliable. So that's one of the things we also want to use for legal researches. So the Quick Law, Westlaw have all developed their features in their tools. So that's something else. And we're also looking for cataloging, so maybe have some AI component on our catalogs so the users could interact and then have a better user experience in accessing what we're already providing to them. We're creating a community of practice where we can share what are the different example, case use, and give tips between each other. And we're also developing some training and awareness activity. So thank you so much, and looking forward for your questions.
Thank you, Marie. A very interesting presentation with some very useful use cases just to inspire other people. Now, the next presentation is la siguiente presentación.
The next presentation will be our colleague Marina Cueto from the Congress of Deputies, and it's called
Parliamentary Libraries and Research Services. Thanks a lot, Marina.
Hola. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Pepa, Manuel, for accepting this presentation for the conference. As you can see, my presentation is devoted to the guidelines on the use of libraries in parliaments, and I'm going to try to focus on what we can all take away in our specific policies and the policies related to study and documentation services in parliaments. But before I begin, I would like to give you a brief introduction, introduce myself, and explain why I'm here. As you can see, I work for the Congress of Deputies. I am an archivist and I am a civil servant for the Parliament, the civil servants for libraries and archivists. There's quite a few of us, and quite a few are here in this room, so thank you very much for being here. And we work for the two chambers. The Senate was my house until June, and I was there for 24 years. And during that time, I managed parliamentary documents. That is, any documents generated by parliamentary activity here at the Spanish Senate. During plenary sessions, so any kind of documents that came out of those. And in June, I was given the opportunity to change to the other chamber and work in something else. I will explain later. But what I'm doing now is very closely related, because I think archivists manage documents and parliaments are documentary institutions. Therefore, it's closely related. And we're all asking ourselves questions about artificial intelligence. And what we're wondering is how our documents are currently stored, how can we store them, what tools we can use, and where technology is right now. And it's important to take into account that projects that only a few years ago we couldn't even think of implementing, we can right now, and this is thanks to technology. And I know this sounds obvious, but it's something that I really wanted to express here. And something else before I go into my presentation. I'm going to talk about guidelines for the use of AI in Parliament. And these guidelines are actually published. It's a publication that you can download. And I wanted to tell you about how we came about drafting these guidelines and how the work group managed to get them done and published. So just to give you an overview of the structure of my presentation, I'm going to talk about why we need guidelines, first of all, because I think this is going to condition the structure and the development of the publication. And I'm going to talk about the development and attributes. And within the publication, we have 6 different spheres or sections. We are currently translating these guidelines. The working language has been English, but we're going to translate these guidelines into different languages. We started working on the Spanish translation this summer, and it's going to be ready for publishing next month. I did the first version myself. And the working group always knew from the onset that everyone within the working group wants to disseminate the work and also encourage other people to get involved. And so why do we need guidelines in this subject? Here in IFLA and the profession of archivists and librarians, we have many different guidelines. We have guidelines for parliamentary libraries, amongst many others. And they serve as a way of structuring big concepts and big policies and how they are applied to our parliaments. And what's important here is that our objective is to find consistency and to develop standards. In this publication I'm talking about, we have made a great effort to develop and to publish some standards and good practices that we have been using until now, and which, with the advent of AI, which are going to be enriched by the advent of AI. Now, another important point is ethics, and we're going to see that the first thing that we worked on were ethical principles. And most of the guidelines that we have created stemmed from those ethical principles. Now, concerning good practices, obviously the use of standards, this is not because I am repeating myself, but because I think it's another point of view. And in the working group, we debated very much in depth about different issues. We have to remember that parliaments are institutions that are fundamental in the development of democracies. And it is through parliaments that we must promote certain values through our procedures. Now, you can see on the slide the publication in English. You can actually download it from the presentation. There's 40 guidelines, which, as I said before, are divided into 6 sections, and this was carried out by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And there was a presentation in July, and we were actually hoping that it would have been a bigger presentation than it was. However, unfortunately, on the date that we were going to hold the presentation, it was the Constitution of the House of Commons, so we disseminated through LinkedIn, and there were a few discussions around it, but it wasn't as big as we had hoped. Now, as you can see, the working group had 22 members who came from 16 different countries and with a very varied background, as you can see. We have 6 different chambers, 6 different parliaments within the group, and the coordinator, Fotis Vitsilis, is a civil servant in the Greek parliament, and he's a great expert and also leads the scientific policies of the Greek parliament. And you can see on the slide all the names of the people who have participated in the creation of these guidelines. So I was saying they belong to 6 different parliaments. And something that I think it's important to take into account is that some of the people who are part of the group are very closely linked to the way of working that we have, for example, in the House of Representatives in the US. Yeah, so these are people who work for private companies, but who are working and are a key piece in all their developments. The work of the working group was done on a Google Drive. We had nothing else. That was all we had in terms of resources. And we were working on Saturday afternoons and on Sundays. So it has been work which complemented everything else we did. Yeah, I was the first archivist in the Senate, so I had quite a few things to do. But basically, this was something that we did on the side and on top of all our other duties. The idea here was to create a structure that was very similar to that of the publication here for my presentation. These are the 6 principles. We're going to talk about them. And we need to take into account that AI and all the different techniques that it involves have been analyzed, taken into account every single aspect related to the Parliament. You can see the classification here on the slide. This is the number of guidelines that we have for each sector. And so, as I said, first of all, we had ethical principles. It's the first 10 guidelines. This is the section that has the most guidelines and the most information, and also it has generated most debates. Because it's true that sometimes ethical principles were already covered in, or were going to be covered in the next sections. However, we deemed important to establish from the onset where we were heading from the point of view of ethics. And why? Because the second section is general artificial intelligence, or traditional artificial intelligence. We've always said is the one that helps us automatize tasks, and this is very important. And also taking into account the role that humans play and how much autonomy human intelligence has. And obviously there are certain ethical requirements that developers and designers have to take into account. I would also like to say here that it's one of the principles. I think next time I give this presentation, I'm going to give all the guidelines first so that I don't jump from one to the other. But one thing that's important to mention here is that every single one of the guidelines were approached from 3 points of view. And basically, we wanted them to answer 3 questions. First, why was that guideline important? Second, whether there were any other examples of similar guidelines in other instances. And thirdly, how could we implement it? So it was a question about the future. So especially the second question concerning examples. If you have a look at the publication, you will see that the bibliography is quite vast. And the rationale behind this is the fact that we wanted to highlight that there are numerous processes and procedures that we are using nowadays and which could be amplified by the use of these technologies and obviously AI. Another very important point is privacy and security. I'm sure you're not surprised by this. And we need to take into account integrity of sources, and this is principle number 6. And also taking into account that we have to be very careful in terms of security when implementing these processes. The next section is governance and oversight. And here some parliaments have already started working on this, but here we saw the need to integrate and to create a transformative digital transformation strategy that we needed to follow within parliaments. Now, data governance, it's another important issue, and especially establishing data protocols. And here we introduce the FAIR, which is something that is very close to what we do with archives. Yeah, the need to have data which is reliable and easy to be adapted, amongst others. The next section is about AI system design and operation. And I'm going to talk a bit more in depth here, because I think from the point of view of document management is something important, because when we talk about algorithms and how to explain algorithms, reminds me that in this day and age we're talking about AI and all the risks that it involves. In our role as managers of information, it's very important to be reminded of this. So this reminds me of the time when the internet came about, and I know it can sound a bit naive, but I remember when the internet was open to the public and we started carrying out searches on the internet, and many people within our profession said that our work was going to disappear and that there wouldn't be jobs for us anymore. And now you can see newspapers saying that AI is going to destroy quite a number of professions, and apparently our profession is one of those at high risk of being destroyed by AI. The other example, search engines and the question of relevance. Yeah, it seemed like it was some sort of black box. And I think it's the same that's happening right now with algorithms. And obviously we need to fight, and we need to, of course, acknowledge that algorithms can be used and should be used. But we also need to explain and demonstrate and test whether the results really work. Because this is not just about automatizing tasks and forgetting about it. Everything needs to make sense, and we need to apply common sense as well, and keep vigilant. And now concerning the application of standardized data and processes, here I would like to highlight once again the work that we're carrying out in terms of data standardization, in terms of creating interoperable systems with the so-called open data. These are all concepts that we all know and are familiar with. But yesterday I was following the presentations, and the representatives of the European Parliament mentioned that we had to work on offering different formats, and this is what we are as well. PDF is a nice format, and in the parliamentary arena, PDF has been king for a long time, because parliaments wanted to have their gazettes available, and they wanted them to look nice as well. But XML open data cannot exist if you don't have that collection. You can keep publishing for as long as you want, but you're not really processing the information, yeah? And I think our users are really asking more from us. Also because PDF publications are there, but it's difficult to apply context, for example, and context is absolutely key, yeah? And we need to have successive publications, one after the other, in strict order, but that is not enough. So I'm not saying that we have to stop using PDF, but we need to get used to the idea that PDF is just another format available. It's true, it's a format that we have developed quite a bit, and it works really well, but I think we have to go back to XML. And at this point, in the working group, Monica Palmirani, who was part of the group and works at the University of Bologna, she's been talking about these subjects since 2004, yeah, XML, but XML in a standardized format that the European Parliament and others as well, but especially the European Parliament, are already implementing and they're seeing that it works. And this has been a concern for the working group as well, yeah, with the 3 questions that I mentioned. So we thought, okay, we're going to collect some good practices and compile some good practices, but we also need to take into account things that are already working, that we can integrate and that we can work on from the point of view of AI. And the last section would be AI capacity building and education. Yeah, so training, both for staff, because parliaments are very traditional institutions. And someone mentioned it yesterday as well, the innovation and developing innovation is absolutely key, but it's very difficult in parliaments. And there's an issue because people find it hard to change, yeah? They always say, well, why should we change if things have always been done this way? And they worked. And of course they worked, but sometimes we can do them differently as well. And whilst we do them differently, I'm sure we can get more information and we can get that information faster. So guideline number 4 in this section is about documenting. Documenting is a word that we haven't used as a verb in Spanish for long. It's quite recent. And sometimes parliamentary traditions prevent us from carrying out this documentation because the people who are carrying out the work have always been working in a specific way and they don't see the need to do something new. But capacity building and education, which is basically the name of the section, allows us to make parliaments, which have usually worked very much sort of inwards and internally. We are getting parliaments in the spotlight and making them visible. There are lots of projects and information that are happening and are being carried out, and they should be published in other places, not only a website. And as I said, this project started around November 2023. And one of the requests was that we had to advertise it. And I have already mentioned that we're working on translations for these guidelines. And you always wonder, well, if English is the international common language, what's the point of translating, right? Well, thanks to technology, we can use English, but it's important to have publications in people's native languages as well. And this is key in terms of promoting as well, yeah, because everyone should be able to read them in their own language. So we've also been presenting and discussing in international fora, and here I am telling you about it in this forum, and obviously seeking collaboration with IPU and other places, but the one that we've had in this group has been extremely satisfactory as well. And now, just to mention further development and improvement, one thing that I would like to mention is that within AI, one of the technologies that I like is natural language processing, and it's a subject that is giving many positive projects to transform audio material into text. And I'm mentioning it here because LLMs, large language models, which are key to AI and natural language processing, and this is something that in a parliamentary context is very much in vogue. And it's actually giving very positive outcomes. And just to finalize, I wanted to show you a screenshot that you will find in the publication as well, which is basically all the AI applications that can be used in a parliamentary context, and we have classified them and we have a structure. There's a lot of work to be done. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marina, por
Thank you so much, Marina, for discovering, at least to me, this really interesting article, publication. I wasn't aware of it, and it seems that it's really deep, so thank you very much. And thank you for collaborating into translating into Spanish. The next speaker is Miguel Ángel Gonzalo, colleague of the Parliament of the Congress. He's going to present his speech, the role of artificial intelligence in open parliament, enhancing transparency, critical thinking, and combating disinformation. Miguel Ángel, thank you very much. You've got the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to the Senate. Thank you, Pepa. Thank you, IFLA, for allowing me to share these experiences and reflections. The first reflection, this image is generated with AI. And if you see in the first version, this was fully biased in masculine. This is one of the first problems we have. We have to work so that AI loses that bias, that patriarchal, colonial, and Eurocentricity biases. I'd like to convey 4 reflections, ideas stemming from my own experience and a good practice exam. I would like to talk about the transparency experience, how AI, because I am the responsible of the transparency portal in the Congress, and I'd like to talk about critical thinking, trying to be technologically optimistic, because it's true that there is a certain trend to think that AI is negative for creativity, but I don't think so. And I'd also like to talk about my practical experience in a research group of disinformation, and I have had some experiences in a country which I love so much, like Fabiola does, Mexico. And finally, I'd like to talk about the last work we are carrying out in the Congress, the approval of the first plan of open parliament and the measures that, if it's approved by the table, will have to do with transparency. Previous reflection. This is a classic graph where you see how generative AI is at its highest peak of the expectations curve. This makes us make a reflection. We've seen these other technologies, and we have to reflect that we need to get over that mechanism of high expectations to a mechanism of realities. This does not mean that AI is not going to be a disruptive technology. I think it is going to be, but in order to surpass the cycle, we need mass and we need muscle, and we need for parliaments to develop real applications to transform these expectations into realities. I recommend you this publication on the spring of artificial intelligence, this unstable timing, where you have rain, sun, and I like this concept of the mysterious valley, the uncanny valley, because I think many reflections have some certain fear because AI may be too similar to us, and that is what we are afraid about. But if we go into that uncanny valley, if we go there, we will cast those shadows. About transparency, let me tell you that I think that the information processing capacity for legislative text is going to change our profession. And I really like this automatic catalog system of the German National Library, where the Bundestag Library is collaborating. And it's really interesting because they're working with automation of data to generate these, to take on this task. Classification information of parliamentary data is the first element to develop. In the Dutch Parliament, I got to know how they are generating traffic with AI from the debates, legislative debates, and it has a huge impact on active transparency. If we can translate our parliamentary debates, our legislative debates, into understandable terms as what they're doing, this is going to increase transparency. And so it goes with access to big masses, complex masses of information with major search engines. As webmaster, I think that the search engine is the major door, but that door sometimes is closed and it is difficult to access. So I think that search engines based on AI, think about Perplexity, can help to improve the performance of the searches. The Parliament of Luxembourg, that I have had the occasion to visit recently, they are working for more intuitive surfing through websites based on AI systems. And of course, this has already been explained. Everything that has to do with visualization, you expressed it very well. Congratulations for your experiences. Yes, and the Swiss Parliament has got a project in collaboration with the university on how to create parliamentary data with AI. Let me say that it is fundamental to work towards legal open data. AI, from my experience until now, when making queries in the legal sector, was not providing efficient results, at least in Spain, because of the problem that a great deal of the legal document in Spain is protected. It's not open source. It's not open, or it can be. It might be open, but it cannot be processed with normal software. So, in the case of Spain, legal texts, judicial texts, they don't provide so much good results. This is what they're doing in Switzerland, in Denmark. They're also working on parliamentarian initiatives with these projects, and of course a topic which is dear to me on Open Parliament, which is chatbots on participation platforms, citizen participation platforms. These chatbots are working in some parliaments, and we're going to help for citizens to be able to ask and to contribute mainly to the citizen participation platforms. About critical thinking, maybe this is what we're most afraid of, the capacity that AI has to generate knowledge autonomously and to generate its own knowledge through complex analysis. Of course, we're not at the time of generating autonomous content in mass. We're in the times, at least this is the experience I have, we're in the moment where and with really efficient results to process major masses of bibliographies and documents. You've worked on a mass of documents, I'm sure, that documenters would take a huge deal of time to process, to draft these abstracts. But any Gemini system or Copilot systems, they do provide very efficient results when analyzing legislation. Let's imagine what this could be, simulating surfing or a negotiation, parliamentary negotiations with these AI tools on the basis of the study of the text to prepare the debate that from the services of the chamber we use. I've done some tests on the dossiers prepared by the chambers and how AI can convey to the members of the parliament an abstract of that huge volume of documents that the services prepare, but the MP needs an analysis. So an amendment has been presented, the Spaniards will understand. An amendment has been prepared, or a bill has presented that maybe is not really sought after, but AI would have detected it and maybe would have had avoided a constitutional conflict that we are having right now in Spain. For visualization of concepts, I think this is one of the realities we're going to have to start using. I've done this example myself using the version 1.0 of ChatGPT, not the standard version. In this case, I've loaded a bill on the regularization of migrants. And the system can carry out an analysis of the main elements, secondary elements, and develop a map about this bill, which is this one, tested, of course, and checked by experts. That is also very important, but which allows us the following. From this initial mapping, we can load the map of the amendments presented by the parliamentary groups for that bill, and you can see the impact in a single map, in a single graph, in a single image. You cannot read in the screen, but you can see how AI can identify and warn the legislator, which is what's the most important thing for me. The amendments presented by parliamentary groups, they've got this impact, they may have this other impact, and of course AI may have an ideology, may have a bias. We have to work that, experts too, we have to work on that too. But the possibilities that we have to analyze legal texts and to transfer that to MPs are crystal clear. This is really advanced. The Swedish Parliament has got these text recognition models that are really, really interesting. The National Assembly of Slovenia is working on a parliamentary document, which is the Journal of Sessions, and the work was explained by my colleague Marina, so I won't go into that, but it's really important to use AI on our own raw materials, which is the Journal of Sessions of the chambers. Then the Norwegian Parliament has got really interesting projects on the structure of the document, these major concerns since the 19th century, with a classification, a decimal classification. So the structure is what we like and what we know how to do. The structure is an essential source for AI to be able, at least from the tests I've done, to provide consistent results. But we're talking about autonomous generation of content, critical thought, and I do want to convey this idea too. The AI still makes mistakes, still hallucinates. There's a disclaimer in ChatGPT warning that you must review these mistakes, and that is as important, this disclaimer is as important as the response provided by ChatGPT. So this book by Ethan Mollick, Co-Intelligence, really helps with its concept to locate yourself. The idea would be to, AI is not going to substitute human intelligence. This is what this author thinks. It's going to be a co-intelligence. It is a really suggestive book that has made me think a lot about the role, and this is something really on libraries, the role that human beings have to review and confirm the reliability of data. The third block I wanted to cover is how can AI help us to share what, for me and for many other people, is the main threat to democracy worldwide: disinformation. From my experiences, this is what I want to share with you. AI has got a major importance when combating misinformation because it can identify patterns. And patterns are the ones that will allow us to catalog and describe what's information is disinformation and what information is not disinformation, or at least to identify these elements. Very quickly, I'm going to present this report in short. I had the honor to be the guest by the Electoral Court of Mexico to participate as electoral observer in the last elections in Mexico. And we developed, together with a research group of the Complutense model that I cannot explain, but a taxonomy about the information incidents. We work with local fact checkers, and they would provide the incidents of disinformation, and with the document model we developed, we could catalog that information, and with an AI layer, we could identify these patterns, identifying which were the narratives behind this disinformation. We reached the conclusion, maybe you cannot read it in the slide, but the main narrative identified in the Mexican case is the lack of trust towards electoral systems, the INE, way above any other narrative. So this is highly concerning because we can prove with data, not just by saying how there are agents in the Mexican case, but we're monitoring also elections. We see very similar patterns of disauthorizing the electoral antibodies in the different countries. And this is possible to analyze these big masses of information thanks to the potential of AI. We also had the occasion to go to the war room of INE-Certeza, which is the National Institute for Elections in Mexico, and they were just correcting a lot of fake news the days prior to the elections, and they were using for this fact-checking AI tools because the citizens need to receive truthful information, curated information about the reality. And let me conclude, in order not to exhaust all the time, the fourth block of what really interests me is the role of AI when developing open parliament plans. An open parliament, let me recall, has got transparency, participation, accountability, and ethics and probability. And in this access, AI can become a major element. The Congress is right now studying, and we hope if it works fine, in these times it's not always easy to do what you're expected to do, but to approve the first plan of open parliament, we've got 33 measures in these 4 axes, some of them related to artificial intelligence. And one of them has to do with this ethical reflection that you were mentioning. I've got 2 books. There are many others because it's something that is really concerning. But let me tell you that some of the book readings that I've done on ethics in this domain, I see that there's a technophobic bias, which is common when technologies are disruptive. I get the feeling that, and it's not a criticism to your work, because I'm not aware of it, but I will read it carefully, but I get the feeling sometimes that the ethics is used as a tool, as the Inquisition with witch huntings. What we're afraid of, okay, let's control it and before it does anything. But this is just a personal reflection. But there are other reflections that I think are interesting, which have this humanistic approach among the ones Luciano Floridi, who's Italian, who's translated into English. He really has a really well-balanced approach on this humanistic reflection and the approach of human rights. In the Parliament plan, we have introduced measures to train the staff of the Congress, which is essential, about these technologies, to try and understand what this tool entails. And there's another working line in the plan, if approved, that is also quintessential, which has to do with inequality in the access to information and the use of what is called the plain text or plain language. In Spanish, we use clear language. AI can help to translate into plain text, which is not an easy language, clear language, plain text, plain language. So no matter who, depending on its legal status, social status, demography, everyone has the right to understand. So plain text, plain language is the right to understanding. And in that right to understand, the use of these AI tools used to parliamentary language, we think it's a democratic participation tool which is really useful if well developed. And of course, there's another measure which we consider the star of the plan and the one that is highly debated, which has to do with the implementation of a citizen participation platform in the Congress, allowing citizens to present their contributions. In order to pass and process these contributions, introducing an AI layer is really useful to group these initiatives, to convey them and transfer them to parliamentary groups so that they can take the decisions they consider convenient or adequate. Let me conclude by saying that I think, and I insist, as I was telling you at the beginning, I'm optimistic. I think that this technology is going to really be disruptive. It's going to represent a major element, such as the many others. It is not yet. That is also clear. We are at a peak of expectations that we have to configure and see how they mature these technologies. Because today, we all talk, and I include myself, about the pretentiousness of knowing about AI, when I'm sure that only engineers, IT engineers such as Manuel, can explain what that is and how it works, how AI works. But once having said that, I think it's a really useful tool for transparency, critical thinking, and a fight against disinformation. And the parliaments using and that are implementing it will be more efficient and more connected with the citizens. And simply, I would like to say goodbye with this image, also generated with AI. And maybe if IFLA meets again in the Senate, maybe it will be the AI sitting here and talking to you, expressing better these reflections. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Miguel Ángel.
Thank you very much, Miguel Ángel. Very deep reflections on the future of AI and how we're going to be interacting with it as humans. I agree with you. I'm an optimist as well. I'm optimistic with the future of AI. And
from Liz Harding from the House of Commons in UK, and it's titled Artificial Intelligence and Democracy, Building AI Awareness and Good Information at the Heart of Democracy. Thank you. Thank you, Annelies.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. I want to thank the previous presenters because I had no idea what they were going to talk about, but I realized that they really provided me with a logical follow-up for my presentation, which is going to be a bit different. And I'm really glad that Mrs. Fernando yesterday stressed transferable skills and how we can use our knowledge and expertise as librarians to help our users. So this is exactly what this presentation is about, using our knowledge of information and AI literacy to help our users tackle information challenges such as AI and disinformation. So this is all about what we are doing at the House of Commons Library. So a quick disclaimer, I normally have a first part to this presentation which focuses on the impact of generative AI on democracy and politicians in particular. So I've only got a really short time with you, but I don't need to say much to convince you that we need to be aware of AI, and we need to be proactive users in our professional but also our personal lives. So the panel has done a really great job at ensuring that we are all on the same page. So what I'm introducing to you today is the Good Information Campaign. It's a collaboration between the Library Services team and the communication team at the House of Commons Library. And really the catalyst for this campaign was a challenge from the leader of the House at the time, Penny Mordaunt, who was really keen to understand the role of the library in challenging misinformation and disinformation. And this led us at the House of Commons Library to reflect and to consider what our role is in educating our users, members of Parliament, their staff, but also our parliamentary community, in understanding what good information is, how we source it, how we use it, and how we convey it. So what we call information literacy. So as a result, the House of Commons Library launched the Good Information Campaign to members of Parliament, their staff, and our parliamentary community in spring 2024. We launched with a panel event, and we had representatives from fact-checking agencies, we had the government statistical agencies, and also media literacy campaigners. And in true British fashion, we started with a quiz, and it went down really well. And we ended the campaign with the dissolution of Parliament earlier in the summer. So we're relaunching the campaign bigger and better in December, but we're also considering how we make good information our business as usual. So why do we talk about good information? Because first and foremost, it's really easy to be negative about AI, about disinformation and misinformation, but we wanted to stress the positives of using information in an ethical way, and we didn't want to be scaremongers. I was personally inspired by a quote by Josep Borrell, the Vice President of the European Commission, who says that democracy is a system that works on the basis of information, good information. We tend to complicate things, but really what this is all about is good information. And also because it gives us an opportunity to talk and train our users in good information practices, whether it's using our databases, being information critical, being able to use AI to its full advantages and ethically. Focusing on good information really allows us to provide a wider picture of the information landscape. So we're future-proofing the campaign. We also knew that we would not be able to create the silver bullet. We can't magically make everybody information literate, AI literate, and make our educational courses mandatory. I wish, but no, we cannot. So we chose the approach to have a campaign to get users to develop their awareness of informational matters, to have meaningful discussions with each other, receive education from us, receive the tools to find, recognize, and reuse good information, and at the same time, because this is really what marketing is all about, we could promote our own expertise. And it centers around the following products that I'm going to go through, which we call the Good Information Toolkit. So first is the misinformation training course, and as it's the most important. I'm very biased, I created it, so to me it's the best thing ever. It's a course about misinformation and disinformation, and especially what it looks like in the British political landscape. So we also address AI-generated mis and disinformation in this course. We discuss the specific tools that are used to create it, such as troll farms or bots. We talk about text information, text-based information, as well as visual information. And I think in this principle, we recognize that not everybody is highly digitally literate. We still need to talk about the basics there. And people are always interested in what sort of examples we use in the course. I'm sure you can imagine that talking about mis and disinformation and AI-generated disinformation, it's hard to be impartial, to be neutral about this. But I have found some good examples. So, for example, if I want to talk about fake news, I talk about a Jack the Ripper news story. So this is how I bring a bit of depth as well to what we're talking about. So on the screen here, you can see the outline of the course. The main takeaway from this course is that we give users the tools to be more critical and more vigilant of what they experience online, in particular social media. We know this is the place where it proliferates. So we give them some tools such as using the library, of course, using critical analysis frameworks, using lateral reading, for example. And we've had phenomenal feedback on this course. And I think that the reason why we're getting such great feedback and such great attendance is because we're not patronizing, we're not telling people how to do things necessarily, we're giving tools. But we have really powerful examples that stick into people's mind, that they will have conversation with their colleagues, with their family, with their friends about. And this is really what this course is about. So the next course that I'm going to develop is going to be specifically on AI literacy and prompt engineering, because we recognize that AI is becoming a tool that people are going to use, our parliamentary community is going to use. Whether we tell them how to do it, whether we tell them what is good practice, they're going to use it. So we really want to be at the forefront of this guidance. Then next we had a range of topical talks. Usually they happen on a Tuesday afternoon every other week. And these are delivered by other parliamentary departments and external experts as well. And I think this is what makes this campaign impactful. We, through these external speakers, were able to address a wide range of topics, have different voices and expertise. And these speakers are able to talk about some topics that we're not necessarily comfortable discussing in our roles. So, for example, we had a talk about conspiracy theories, and those are highly political, but this is something that we need to know about. So I'm in the process of booking talks for the next run of the campaign. You can see on the slide here the first round of talks that we had. I'm hoping that we're going to have colleagues talking to us about health literacy. Again, we're going to have conspiracy theory from a media literacy professor, and also more talks on using statistics and how to fact check. And then finally we have, well, I say finally, last but not least, we have our range of research products that have been put together by our library specialists that are publicly available for you to have a look at, and they're all hyperlinked, so hopefully you will be able to access these. It's all publicly available, and it's really a great range of research from us on AI, on elections, on filter bubbles, really a wide range of what constitutes good information. So I was not able to change my slide, but I thought I wanted to preempt some questions. So I wanted to talk a little bit about marketing and promotion, because you can imagine that promoting the campaign to a large number of MPs was difficult. So we used the usual communication channels of the House as well as our own. I even sat on a podcast, our internal podcast, which was a bit daunting to talk about the campaign. But it worked really well. We had to actually increase the number of places on a misinformation course. So we had to run it every other week. We had to open it to 25 people at a time. So this is why we're running the December campaign again, because we know that it works. We know that it's an important topic to discuss, and we want to be the leaders in this. So the next step really for the campaign is to build also a public hub for our work with all of our research products collated in the same place, but also have a range of short videos taken from the talks. And so that is also available to all of you. So I'm sure that once this is launched, I'll make sure to put it on the newsletter or the Gmail list. So here are more resources that you can have a look at in your own time. I hope you found this interesting. If you've got any questions, please come and talk to me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thanks a lot, Annelies, for your interesting presentation. Ahora queríamos iniciar.
And now we would like to start a debate between the panelists with some questions that we're going to ask them. And then we have until just a bit before 5, because we need to close the conference as well. But we will open the floor to all of you if you'd like to ask any questions. So I was listening to the presentations, and I am a layman in the world of documentation because I am an engineer and I work with technology. But as I was listening to all of you, and the more I read about AI, one of the questions that come to mind, and I'm sure it comes to all of you, is what's the future of the profession, of your profession, the documentalist profession, in the world of AI, in the era of AI? How AI is going to help us, whether AI is going to substitute us, and whether we're going, or in which areas we're going to be working hand in hand with AI. So this is a question that I would like to ask all our panelists: how you see the future of the profession of documentalist, where you could add, well, the humans could add value in front of AI, and what other tasks can we automatize or substitute? So maybe Anne-Marie could start. Or actually, if you'd like to take the floor, this is an open question, so we don't need to take turns if you don't want to, whatever you prefer. Or maybe Pepa can break the ice. Yes, I think I'm going to break the ice because there have been some very beautiful and interesting ideas amongst all the presentations, and I have been taking notes and reflecting. So these are my first reflections from a professional point of view, which is what unites us all here, librarians and documentalists, and how we can apply all of this in our daily lives and in our work. Two things especially have drawn my attention, especially when we were talking about cataloging and automatizing cataloging. That would be fantastic, and I'm sure there will be progress soon, because that would definitely free some time for us as human beings, time that we could devote to other things. So if that was automatized, it would be of great help. But within parliaments, one thing that's drawn my attention is the training, the fact that we can train our users to use or to implement AI. And I think that's really, really interesting. The House of Commons has done a first trial, which, as you're telling us, is really successful in terms of, especially of participation. And that is really interesting, because we're all sick and tired of saying that we're going to train people to use the library, to use databases, all these subscriptions that we have, to make the most out of all these resources, these very expensive resources, and make sure that our users can access fast and efficiently all these things. And yet we find that there isn't that great participation. However, it's been completely different in terms of AI. And I understand that AI has been very important in all professions, and especially in the political profession. So the fact that this has been successful in the House of Commons, in your users, and having this training and bringing AI literacy to users, and making people aware of fake news or misinformation and disinformation, and how all this information is coming in and we don't even realize. And actually our president mentioned this when opening the conference yesterday. He mentioned how we need to fight and detect whether the data that we're receiving is actually fake. So, for example, analyzing legal text to see which changes amendments are bringing in. If AI can help us with that, that would be so useful, right? And our work would be very useful as well. If we can determine the origin of the sources in, for example, in the minutes of our debates, but also in our gazettes, if we could detect all the sources, both from present and previous minutes, and something that can be passed on term after term, it would be so important, if we could determine the searches, the origins, the sources, everything. And the fact that AI could read this very quickly and give us reliable information that we need to know and that we need to give our users. And our users are also citizens, and obviously citizens will want to know what politicians have said in the past. And if AI could read all that information, then our jobs will be even more useful, in the queries that external users make. And I think there are so many things that could complement our work as librarians and documentalists, do things that we cannot do as humans on our own. Yeah, it could complement our work. It is worrying as well, however, to trust AI completely just to save time, yeah. But we have to be the brokers, yeah, between AI and the users, rather than sending a query and giving the information away straight away. We will take some time, verify that all the facts are true, and then give the work to our users. So AI can do it very fast, but then we need to be brokers and we need to take the time to fact check everything before giving it to our users. Yeah, and I think this is a very important role that we can play for parliaments. This is just off the top of my head from what I've been hearing this afternoon, apart from the ethical sense, yeah, and preserving dignity and human rights. This is so important for Parliament, and we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We actually have an exhibition of our book collection at the hall of the Senate, which you can see later as well. And preserving all of this in the future is very important, and this is something that's even more important in the era of AI, and it's at the heart of Western democracies and of the work of parliaments throughout time, and I think it's something that needs to be preserved. So just you can add whatever you wish. Any other panelists would like to say something? Also, we can have the opinion of layman, if you don't mind. I'm going to share how I see the future of your profession as someone completely external. So, first of all, I said I'm optimistic because I think human beings are still going to be needed and are still going to be adding value. But some of those mechanical tasks or tasks that can be automatized and don't necessarily need that gift that human beings have and that machines have not yet achieved, and that is creativity, as well as the possibility of discerning. Yeah, so I was saying that as an engineer, I think the user of parliamentary services will ask a query to AI, and the AI can find in 2 seconds the relevant information. It can summarize it and it can show it to the user. So the first reaction would be, okay, so what is the role of librarians and documentalists? Because if the AI can do everything and it can do it really fast, then what do we do? Yeah, what's our role? And for me, I think there's 3 things that we need to take into account. There's a before, there's a during, and there's an after. So before someone queries an AI, we need to train that AI. And I think this is where documentalists can play a key role in the selection of data that is going to be used to train these models. And as you know, this is a critical issue. Yeah, and the models should not be biased. Yeah, and this will depend on the data that is used to train them. So also, which type of LLM, large language model, are we going to use? Is the data that we're going to use open? And will it be professionals who choose that information? I think that's absolutely key, and I think that's where documentalists can really bring value. And this is before. Now, moving on to during. Someone queries an AI, and the AI gives an answer. But not everyone knows how to ask, okay? And this is when we talk about prompting engineering. We need to know how to ask AI in order to get the answer that we're looking for. And obviously, a documentalist, duly trained and with the right skills, can really add lots of value in this, yeah, helping people to ask AI. And then after, where can we add value after? Well, fact-checking, making sure that the information is truthful, that there haven't been any hallucinations or biases. So I really see a big area of work in collaboration with AI. I think it's going to be working in parallel, humans and AI, and I think humans can add really high value in helping AI to give coherent and unbiased responses. Would anyone like to add anything else from the panelists, or shall we open the floor?
So that's a question that we ask ourselves in our working group, and we add the composition. We add younger librarians, older librarians, and even the longer tenured librarians. When we ask the question, and there's like, well, we've always been adapting to technology, so I don't think this is different. Some of the tasks that we've done, like they were especially targeting them if you're working with metadata, so that's something that could be more replaceable with AI. But I think at the core is your literacy skills, and also your work as educators. And I like the word that was used, broker. So I don't know if that was also I'm not sure what the word in Spanish was, but also you learning how to use AI and teaching the clients on how to use it. So being that conductor of information and helping them with its technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Miguel Angel.
Thank you, Miguel Angel. Yeah, I'm a professor at the Faculty of Documentation. I'm training the future documentarists. And for me, the major transformation is the substitution of procedures that are routines, that are for skill training. That is a major change for our profession and for the system to access the profession. So the skills based on memory are clearly obsolete in this context. And I think that I try to work with my students, as Manuel was saying, with the prompt generation. That's the key. How do we develop strategies to prompt the system, to ask the system? This is the major skill to train with the future generations, because routine tasks, cataloging, indexing, drafting abstracts. In my experience with my students, the machine is much better than the teacher when doing, not to an expert cataloger, of course, but the ones who are mediocre in those matters, the machines are much better than us in those tasks. So the documentalist is the one who dialogues with the machine, the one who is going to program how AI is going to work with big data, big masses of data, and this automated curation of content. That is the professional challenge, the biggest one we have before us. Thank you, Miguel Angel. Pepa? Let me stress that we have access to the presentations done by our colleagues in this panel. I think we didn't have much time. It's all been said very quickly, but many interesting things have been presented here. Many presentations with results of analysis and work carried out, backing the work of colleagues of Parliament. And that's interesting to continue to step up the ladder. So when we attend panels on AI in more open fora of other professions, there are things that we can apply and others that not. But we've talked about Parliament, and there's a major work presented by Anne-Marie of the Canadian Parliament. She's compared the different tools of AI, Copilot, and ChatGPT and others, and they've analyzed which is the one that's more reliable, the one that provides least reliable responses. But What she was saying is what's the bibliography that has been used. There are so many things that we may have an interest that deepening on those starting points of the analysis done by that parliament, for example, could be really, really useful for us. We've also heard the we've heard the work done, presented by the House of Commons. Let's hope we can access that tutorial that has been so successful with such a good deal of response, and so that we can adapt it to our parliament and see how can we move on when using AI in that hub that you want to open, which is really going to be useful for everyone. So thank you very much. Well, thank you, Pepa. So can we open the floor to the audience? Let us start that the way over there.
Automatic curation of information, but I'm thinking, at least for now, do you think that perhaps librarians or researchers in this context are still the best suited people to select information sources? So we're talking right now about a lot of open data that is accessible to everyone, but we all know that information is power, and so is knowledge, and a lot of it is in silos, behind paywalls, and some obscure databases that you may or may not know very much about. So to this day, I still think that we are best at, we purchase these resources, we're familiar with how they work and their purpose. So I still think that at least for now, knowledge of these sources still lives within the capacity of a lot of librarians who are very familiar with them. So maybe this will change, but for now I think we still have that, we do still have that function.
Yes, thank you for this comment. It's really relevant. I was referring to the future of the profession. I think that in the future, of course, I said it before, open data, open source data, at least in legal documentation, which is what I know the most, is still a challenge because, as you have really expressed very well, it's behind paywalls, restrictive mechanisms for access. In the college world, we talk about open science. The project of Harvard College, which I'm sure you know, is really relevant because they are committed. Such a major university as Harvard is committed to release that knowledge so that AI can work with it. In the Spanish case, the Spanish government announced the creation of its own model of AI, Spanish AI model. That's the path. You have to construct models where you don't depend from Anglo-Saxon models that have access to other kinds of documents. In the case of the Spanish Parliament, of course, the creation of an LLM of our own propriety. I don't know if you know the experience of the Chilean Parliament. I was so lucky to go there. They've got 7 engineers working in their own model of LLM for the Chilean Parliament. You know it, right? And that's a path. That's a way in line that you're saying. Today, of course, curating content automatically is not possible because of what you said, but my bet is that sooner or later, and even sooner than later, the developing of our own models, where access to sources, free sources of information, open sources, will eliminate those biases, that will place us in a different position than the one we have right now. Let me comment. Sorry. I agree with Miguel Angel, but I wanted to focus on the fact that the future is to have interoperative systems, independent, that each institution will make its own model. I believe that we've been doing this since ever. So the work done by the EU, which apart its own work is the member states, we have to advance interoperability, data, LI. In parliaments, they've been asking, and they're creating a specific working group to so that parliamentary publications are interoperable and they can be classified in a single model. That's EU model, for example. It's really important because, as we said, the content in the case of the journals of the sessions, it's grounds that is over there. And we haven't been able to take the content of these sessions records, take that on context. In the general courts, we've got sessions of record of the Congress of the Senate. In the Senate, we made a huge effort with the search engine in the internet, and those are queries that and searches that search against the full text, but that is not enough. And that is going to, in that, we're going to be assisted by AI, because AI will be able to, because in a search engine, they go session record per session record, and the PDF structure is a mechanism that is an obstacle, because then you have to curate, eliminate. So it is fundamental to have interoperability, because data are there. We have to be able to reach a consensus. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to take a couple of questions more, and we will close the session. We had someone there.
The exciting presentations. I have some practical questions for Anne-Marie. At the Hungarian Research Service, we also tested ChatGPT, how we could integrate it into the research work. And at the end of this test period, what I personally found quite frustrating was that I wasn't sure that our results were due to the limitations of ChatGPT or because we are not good enough at prompting, or maybe the combination of both. So my question is, how did you ensure that the results that you get are robust? And also whether you trained the participants of this testing previously in prompting. Thanks.
So for testing and prompting, some of the participants had previous knowledge on how to use it, and by themselves they were already interested in the subject. And I think most of our people who participated were people who were very keen to learn about it more. So that's one of the things that I will work on in the next year, is trying to bring most of the staff up to the same level of skill set. For the answers, especially for the research question, is we tested with research question that we already done. So we knew what the answers were, so we're able to have some comparison between that. And so there's one thing I alluded to towards the end of the presentation, is that we're pushing a bit more the research in ChatGPT and some of these other Perplexity site, and there's another one and I'm forgetting the name, and there's a bigger group of people who are looking at it, and they're reviewing with each other, and they're meeting to see how the work did, and how discussing between themselves the test. So we're having the meeting on it next Monday, so unfortunately I can't report on their finding, but maybe next year they'll be able to share their results. Thank you for your interest.
Thanks a lot, Anne-Marie. One more question. Anyone there? Okay, thank you.
Not a question, but just to pick on Annelise's discussion, especially on the point of the weekly talks. That is interesting to me, because the research unit at the ECOWAS Parliament is just about to begin what we call seminar series, where we will pick on topical subjects or key issues and do some research on and then share that knowledge with colleagues. So it will be good to learn from you because you are already doing it and you have some experience to share. So it will be good to learn, to collaborate, and then maybe to have you speak on some issues from time to time when we begin those series. So I will get in touch. I am very interested in that weekly talks. Thank you.
No problem. I'll give you my email address.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. I think we don't have more time for questions. So please, Caroline, for closing the session and the event. And thanks a lot again for your interesting presentations.
Thank you, everyone, for your very interesting presentations and for this discussion on AI. It was extremely interesting and insightful. It is my honor and privilege to do the conclusion of this amazing 2024 IFLA Parl annual conference. I know that it is Friday night, and we've had a long week, I believe, so I'll try to be brief, short. But I just want to acknowledge the great presentations we've had today. So it was really interesting and great to hear about the different initiatives that different libraries and parliamentary research services have been up to during the last year. So it was great to hear about the Agency Connection Center that the CRS created last year, the GIS office that you now have also. I am quite jealous of that, so I'll have to pick your brain on this. It was very interesting to learn about the data management platform that Togo you developed. Really a lot of work was put into this project as the survey, experience survey for Germany also was quite insightful too. And I really appreciated learning about the introduction of legislative impact analysis in South Korea. So that was also quite a discovery, as was the new digitization project and website search tool that Thailand put up for its search into its constitutional minutes of meeting. The regional associations provided great updates that let us know about what has been happening in the last year. So thank you very much for all the different representatives who have provided updates. And this panel this afternoon was extremely interesting. So I think that, Annelise, your presentation showed us, not Annelise, Anne-Marie, sorry, so sorry, Anne-Marie. Your presentation showed us many great examples of tools to try out, so I've noted a couple of possibilities. I really liked what Dali did with Canada. Yeah, that's great. I think I'm going to use that. That was really quite funny. Maria, the work you did with the guidelines on AI in parliaments is incredibly useful. We were like a bit of a bunch of groupies at my parliament when we saw this publication came out. So thank you, and thank you to your team and to Mr. Fatsilis' teams as well to have worked on this amazing tool. So we're really grateful to have this. And Lise, it was very interesting to know how to learn to build AI awareness since it is extremely important as there is a considerable impact that we can have as librarians and information professionals. And I was really happy to learn that AI can be a tool for stopping misinformation, because we often think that, we often hear that AI is propagating misinformation. So it's actually great to know that it can also do the opposite. So for me, it fills me with a lot of hope for the future. And the discussion that followed on the role of information professionals in artificial intelligence and the main change being the skills that we need to teach to the new professionals. It reminded me of something many experts said, that AI will not replace people, but people who know how to use AI will replace people who don't know how to use AI. So I think that's something to reflect for the future. So, to end this great conference, I want to thank all the speakers again of yesterday and today for all the great presentations. The posters presentations as well were great. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and some courage also to present in front of a large crowd. So thank you very much for presenting during this conference. Me gustaría agradecer.
And I would like to thank once again Josefa and the staff of the Spanish Senate.
For
the fantastic welcome. We've said it a few times, but I think it's very important to reiterate our gratitude to everyone who's worked so hard to make this a successful event, because it has been a successful event, a great success indeed. And Josefa, I think you can be very proud of this event, how it has been organized and managed, because it has been an absolute success. We've had lots of fun.
I would like to thank the Senate committee members who also did a lot of work on this. Thank you for the great updates you provided this afternoon. It was quite moving to see this great team of people. Really, the work that you do on a daily basis is amazing. Yeah? And well, last but not least, thank you all for coming, for traveling, for taking interest into this event. It wouldn't exist if you weren't there. So to each and every one of you, a big thank you. Now, since it is Friday night, I would like to share with you a cultural practice from my home, a tradition that we do every Friday night since the beginning of civilization, which is having a drink at the end of the week. And we are very inclusive with the type of drinks. It can be a beer, it can be wine, water, soda, coffee, tea. So we would like to invite you, for the people who are interested to continue the discussion in a more informal setting, to the Hotel Riu. If you have your iPhone, your phone, or a pen and you want to note the address, otherwise you can just follow the crowd. We'll be a bunch going there. It's an hotel that is located 6 minutes from the Senate. It is on Plaza de España. And they seem to have an amazing rooftop bar. So we'll get a great view of Madrid to end this annual conference. And I'd like to thank Josefa for this gorgeous suggestion. It is 10 euros to enter, but I think the view will be worth the 10 euros. And they have a lot of options for drinks, and it will make great pictures for social media. So it would be great if you'd like to come. The address is 84 Gran Via 84. And with all that being said, since it is 5:04, thank you a lot, and we hope to see you next year. Thank you so much, and have a great, safe trip back home. Thank you.